Okay, so I think as we are streaming this event, I have been asked to start more or less sharp at 10. Well, first of all, welcome to this Open DEI Final Event. My name is Thorsten Hülsmann. I'm one of the managing directors of the International Data Spaces Association, IDSA. And IDSA is one of the beneficiaries of the Open DEI project. I welcome you warmly to this final event today, and I think we have some interesting interventions, inputs, keynotes, discussions, which are more or less representing the achievements and the results and the discussions which we have been carried out in the Open DEI projects in the last 3 years. But first of all, let me hand over the word to the host of this location. Hans Stein is the director of the representation of the state of North-Rhine-Westphalia to the European Union. And Mr. Stein, thank you very much, first of all, that we are able to be here today. And yes, I want to hand over the word to you.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. As the digital transformation is one of the EU's priorities, and the COVID crisis even accentuated this importance. Digital solutions are essential to for ensuring Europe's competitive position in the global economy and its recovery. Therefore, digital plays an essential role in all EU policies. Funding programs such as the Research and Innovation Center Horizon 2020 program that funded your project with more than 2 million euros from its industrial leadership pillar, and the current Horizon Europe program also allocates substantial amounts for digital advancement. In your project Open DEI, 9 participants from 4 different countries, Italy, Spain, Germany and Belgium, worked together to align reference architectures for data spaces and data platforms, align and establish standards for the formation of data spaces, and launch pilot projects in the 4 key sectors: manufacturing, agriculture, energy and healthcare. As the head of the representation of the state of North Rhine-Westphalia to the European Union, I'm very glad to see that 2 North Rhine-Westphalian stakeholders, the International Data Spaces based in Dortmund and the RWTH Aachen University, are also involved. You worked together for 3.5 years, from June 2019 until now. That means that you mainly worked together under the circumstances that COVID crisis imposed on us. I can imagine that it has not been easy in these times. However, here you are now, celebrating the final event in which the different task forces of your project will share their results here in our representation. I'm sure that your project offers important contributions to the European digital transformation, and in this spirit, I wish you a successful final event of the project and fruitful discussions. Thank you so much and warm welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Stein, for this greeting message. And yes, again, thank you that we can organize and be here today in this nice building, where, by the way, also 2 weeks ago, the kickoff meeting of the closely related project Data Spaces Support Center has taken place. So I think there's also a physical relation now between Open DEI project finalizing during these days and well, another project which is somehow a successor of Open DEI, for example, relying very much on one of the assets, the paper on design principles for data spaces. But now that we have talked about Open DEI a little bit, I think it's also time that the coordinator of the project itself, Giorgio Micheletti from IDC in Milan, Italy, will explain us a little bit about the project as such and relate it to some other important achievements and developments in this area. Giorgio, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Yeah. No, it's okay. It's okay. I think I can take this one. Before showing my few slides, I wanted to thank you all for being here today. My name is Giorgio Micheletti, so I'm the coordinator of OPEN DEI. OPEN DEI, as you've heard, is slowly but steadily reaching its end. It will end formally at the end of the year. I'm here with all the colleagues that have worked in this endeavor from the countries and from the organizations that we just heard. So thanks to these colleagues also because they will animate, let's say, our day today. Thank you for Mr. Stein again for having us in the representation. Thanks, Thorsten, and to your colleagues also for organizing and finding the place and organizing the logistics. Of course, a big thank you and a big welcome to the European Commission. We have Max Lemke here. We have, of course, our coordinator, Svet Mihailov, there. So thanks very much for making the time. I'm not going to speak long. I wanted to make, let's say, a quick link between digital transformation. So the idea what we want to talk today is about platforms and data spaces. So as we come from, I just wanted to say a few words about let's say, the title of the topic today. So we're talking digital transformations, and we're taking digital transformations from platforms to data spaces. And in fact, if we look back at the history of Open DEI, we started in 2019 at a time where the European Commission launched a few years earlier in 2016 the Digitizing European Industry Initiatives. So we started with that framework in mind to digitalize industries and to help companies and organizations in Europe to get digitalized. But then the digital policy of the European Commission evolved. We went through the European Digital Strategy and the European Strategy for Data in February 2020. So we have followed all these evolutions, and we have focused both on platforms at the beginning and then moving slightly over and discussing and taking into consideration the data spaces. And correct, so there is a direct link between the work that we've carried out on data spaces in Open DEI and the additional works that has just started or is about to start on data spaces. And Thorsten has just mentioned the Data Spaces Support Center that was launched here, I think, what, 2 weeks ago? 2 weeks ago. 2 weeks ago, right. Okay. So I'm left-handed. I usually tend to go to look at here, but okay, so I'm a bit. Anyway, so that's just once again the name of the beneficiaries of this coordinating and supporting actions are mentioned here. So I would like to remind them all, and thanks for being here today and for animating the day. Very quickly, so what I wanted to discuss today, well, Open Day International, I've already introduced the project, but I wanted mainly to focus on two other points that you have indicated here. So one is the force that is behind the digital transformation. So we're discussing digital transformation, we're discussing the major tools of digital transformation, such as digital platforms and of course, common European data spaces. But perhaps we should also look at what is in it for us, for the EU in terms of the economy. What is or what could be the impact of these measures on the overall economy? So I would like to bring you a couple of data. So it's just some ideas from studies that we have conducted for the European Commission, for DG Connect, that can put these initiatives into a wider context, into a wider, let's say, also a macroeconomic context. And the last point that I wanted to tackle is the digital transformations in terms of maturity, because we need to also take in consideration what is the status of what is the level of maturity of our organizations and our companies in Europe when launching these initiatives, such as digital platforms or common European data spaces. So quickly, when it comes to Open DEI, I think I've already explained what we are doing here today, but essentially the point is to coordinate and support the European Commission's effort when it comes to the digital transformations in 4 main domains. We will discuss and go a bit into more details domain by domain later today, and we have our technical coordinator Sergio Gusmeroli from the Fondazione Politecnico di Milano that will coordinate these discussions. So we will have representatives from the manufacturing domain, from the energy domain, from health and care, and from Agrifood. So the idea for Open DEI was initially to support the efforts of digital transformations in these elements and support the adoptions precisely of digital platforms and the development of large-scale experiments. What it's important here is if you look at this circle, this is very, very small, but the arrow points precisely to the elements of digital platforms of the Digitizing European Industry initiative that was launched in 2016. What has Open DEI done over the past 3 years? Open DEI has provided this support for digital transformations in 2 main areas, in 2 main streams. One was the technology one, and one was the business one. So for the technology, for example, we have contributed to the development of common reference architectures. We have also worked on open source references implementations. You see here methods and tools for data spaces, and here we will hear about this contribution from IDSA later today. And also we have worked on domain-specific open standards, precisely because the work was on these 4 domains that I just mentioned. From the business perspective, we have conducted the digital maturity assessments, and precisely we will have a few inputs on this. We have worked on digital skills. We have provided an overall pictures on the emerging digital technologies uptake, worked on KPIs, benchmarking, and precisely impact assessments, which we are finalizing in these weeks, and also worked on different business models for the digital platforms, and we will have further explanations on this. In terms of the ecosystem of which Open DEI has been working, has been active. I will skip this slide, so very quickly, these are the 4 domains that I just mentioned, and this is a selection of the projects that we have been interacting with in our ecosystems, but Sergio will go through this more in detail in a few moments. Now, when it comes to the macroeconomic environment where this Open DEI project has operated, the point that I wanted to make here is referring to 3 main, let's say, concepts that we have been working on over the past 3 years with the European Commission and with DG Connect in another project, but that can be certainly brought to mind here. One is the concept of the data market, then we have the concept of the data economy, and then we have the concept of data monetizations. All these 3 elements are actually related to elements like digital platforms and data spaces, precisely because if common European data spaces are being developed and are being launched, they will be operating in an economic context that we have to take into consideration, and we have to take into consideration the potential impact that this is generating. So just to give you a flavor of this, the European data market has been defined, and together with the European Commission, by the way, has been defined as the marketplace where the digital data, so data themselves, are exchanged but as products or services. So basically, data are used to produce products or services data-driven. And if we measure, according to the study that we have conducted, the size of the data market just in the EU27, so without taking into consideration, for example, the UK, which is obviously quite important in this respective, or other European states, just for the EU27 in 2021, we're talking something like 64 billion euros. Now, we have conducted some forecasting exercise according to 3 different scenarios you can see here. So there is a baseline scenarios, let's say, if policy remains the same, if macroeconomic conditions remain more or less the same, and then of course there is a high growth scenarios if policy, as proposed by the European Commission, is implemented fully, or a challenge scenario where policy is not implemented, and of course the macroeconomic conditions are worsening. And so you can see that the growth changed, but we are still talking something around 100 billion euros just for the EU27. Now, this is important because this has a direct impact on the overall economy, seen as, so if this is a market of data in terms of products and services, then you can see that there is a direct effect or a multiplier effect on the overall economy in the EU. Same type of exercise. Here we have numbers for 2021. We are now producing actually numbers for 2022 that will be out in 2-3 weeks from now. But clearly there is a factor of something like 6 or 7. So if the data market was 64 billion, if we look at the impact on the overall economy while multiplying this effect, then we're talking already 443 billion, for example. Of course, these are estimates. This is not perfect science, let's say, but it's just let's say some ideas of how much money, in essence, we are talking here. And I would draw your attention to the data that is on the right hand here, the last one next to the years. So if it's true that, for example, the overall data economy, so the economy that is generated by a market of data is around 443 billion, for example, well, we are talking something like 3.6% of GDP for the whole European Union, for the whole EU27. Now, 3.6% is huge. I don't think that defense and military expenditures in Europe reach 3.6%, just to give you an idea of the size of money that we are talking here. And the last point that I wanted to make is on data monetization. So we've talked about the data market, we're talking about the data economy, but we could also take into consideration the streams of revenues that companies can generate by actually selling the data. So if, for example, we take a common European data space, then it serves the purpose of exchanging data, it serves the purpose of sharing the data, but it could also serve the purpose of putting data at disposal and creating a market for monetizing these data. Now, this is a very tricky point, because if you look at literature today, and there is something from the OECD, but how much is the value of the data that could be sold in the market? There is very little out there. So again, this is an estimate that we came up with, but I think it's important because it gives you an idea that, for example, in 2021, according to our estimates, we are at something like 14.5 billion. So if you look at this, and the data market was 64, well, we are like at 25%. So 25% of the market of products and services based on data could be actually be taken as data monetizations. And this could, in 2030, could come to like 30% of the overall data market. So I think this is definitely important to consider, and just to put you something in the overall context. On the right-hand side, you see some numbers by the different industries, and not surprisingly, industries like finance, but manufacturing also is one of those areas where data are monetized the most. With this, I think I'm finished.
Thank you. Thank you, Giorgio, for this overview and also embedding the Open DEI project into a little bit the framework and the market which we have witnessed. So now I'm very honored that Max Lemke is with us. Why? Because Max Lemke was already drawing this relation between platforms and data spaces in the early years of maybe 2015-16, something like this, and was all the time, well, guiding a little bit and also witnessing the developments. And Max, we are very happy that you are here. Max Lemke is head of unit at the European Commission in DG Connect and will give an intervention which is titled Platforms, Data Spaces and Digital Transformation of European Industries. Max, the floor is yours.
Thorsten, thank you very much. And thanks for introducing me here. And yeah, I will give you a short introduction. Thanks first to North-Rhine-Westphalia. I think Mr. Stein has left. So thanks for hosting that here. It's also my home state. So I have a bit of a connection to that state. So thank you very much again for hosting that. Now, to myself, this is for me is an important project in the sense that I was responsible for digitizing European industry, and you see that in that name, and it moved with me. Now I'm responsible for IoT. The project is with my unit. So I saw this project from the start to the end. And I'm now also responsible for the mobility, energy, and agricultural data space, and follow that a lot, what happens there. Data space for me is also a platform. Yeah, and in particular, when we talked about digitizing European industry, we talked about digital industrial platforms. And in this project, in particular, you're looking not only at platforms, but at industrial aspects of platforms. So I think that's very important because that's much different from the different areas. I mean, you have the health area, which is a bit both sides, but you have a lot is also very industrial. And then Open DEI is not just a it's not just a €2 million project as it was said in the beginning. I think it's much more because it's a coordination action across much more than 100 million euros. So I think we try to pull together what we have and exploit across them, and I think that's an important aspect that we should never forget in this case. I still feel that the room is not very packed for such a project, but I think we are still in the past Corona phase. I don't know whether we'll ever get out of it. We in the Commission don't seem to get out of it because we have basically more or less a travel ban to keep the carbon footprint down. So I don't see that there's a lot happening on traveling here in the Commission. So what I would like to start with is just to give you a bit of a picture and how important this topic of platforms is. So platforms, ecosystems, and I see that a bit more strategically. So if I start in the bottom, you see the European policy context, which I think is extremely important. You have the Next Generation EU. That's the recovery from COVID package. A lot of money involved in the recovery funds. You see the Repower EU that comes from the Russian attack on Ukraine. So power, and power also stands later now for energy. Yeah, and we had the energy package just 2 weeks ago, with me being responsible for energy in DG Connect. You can imagine we are a bit until here because we are a lot engaged also in this energy package. So this is the policy context. I cannot go into detail, but just it's important also for these projects. So now for this project. So if I look at the different things that happen, we have the Ships Act that looks at the next generation ships that empower intelligence at the edge. Intelligence at the edge, data, yeah? Intelligence based on data. So data is extremely important. And we need the semiconductors there. You may have seen an article in Frankfurter Allgemeine yesterday or the day before on Triumph and Zeiss in Germany, ASML, how important the machines to manufacture semiconductor equipment are. So that's our European contribution, but we don't manufacture in Europe the low miniaturized semiconductors. So we need to get back because we don't want to be totally dependent on that. That doesn't mean we cannot buy things from elsewhere, but we should be able to do it ourselves and have some manufacturing, fabrication, some fabs in Europe. So that's the CHIPS Act that we are launching, or have launched as a proposal. We have the data strategy. There were lots of communications on that. We have the investment in data spaces. We have that we talk a lot here in this context, but we also have the 5G and the cloud edge infrastructure. So 5G along the major roads in Europe, the major motorways, which we call 5G, 6G corridors along those. And I would see that in future we don't only have the connectivity there, but we also have cloud resources ad hoc available along these routes as well, so that the data doesn't have to travel all across Europe or the world to do that. We have a lot of data legislation behind it, and I can strongly encourage also researchers, don't work without at least trying to understand a bit what is the data legislation. And I try to make it a bit digestible in a moment by just giving you some key points. And last not least, the important point for me is also the new industrial strategy. We have recognized that there is systems competition across the world. So we are in our research programs the most open research programs, but we have tried not to be as open anymore, so we want to do it in a fair way. Yeah? So reciprocity always was a point. Now reciprocity is always also implemented more and more. I mean, we have to learn on that. And in the center of this, I see common open digital platforms and ecosystems, because if we don't master the platforms in automotive, the operating system of the car, in energy, how the different appliances come together and how they link also to the mobility sector, for example, e-mobility, that are important points. And you cannot do that all alone. So you need a platform to be able to concentrate on your own problem. You need the access to data. And there are important aspects that you have addressed here. That is standardization and interoperability is important, but not the old way that we saw when we had GSM and the telcos at that time. We don't work 5 years or so on standardization and then we implement. That's not the way how it works. We have quasi-standardization, we pilot, and then suddenly the standard is there. That's also what the hyperscalers show us. So that's an important aspect. We see that competition law and geopolitics, as I've said, play an increasing role, and that also plays an increasing role in your choice of who you team up with. No? So I think that's extremely important. Up there, the point vertical, horizontal, cross-sector integration. We cannot make a data space for mobility, one for energy, or even smaller parts. They have to be connected. And what the data space projects and the European programs do is they get peanuts in terms of money, yeah, to be very clear. Yeah? When I see what Germany invests in the mobility data space, much more than 100 million. When I then see our 8 million that we put at the mobility space, that's peanuts. And you could say even the data space support center is peanuts. But what is the European role? The European role is to bring things together, to integrate. And we are not there to cover all the investments in data spaces in Europe. We are just there to put that a bit in order so Europe and everybody in Europe can profit from it. And for that, this money is significant, and with that money you can do something. So don't just look at the numbers. It's like the Open DEI, it's 2 million. What's 2 million? 2 million is nothing. But when you see that there are more than 100 million in projects behind where you can pool the innovation, then it's a lot, because you have a key role in that. So with little money you can reach a lot if there are other investments around. And last not least, what I talked about on CHIPS Act is the strategic autonomy already. Now let me give you a bit of blessing on Open DEI. What I always try to do is put information on one page. So I tried that with Svet. Svet is not here yet, so thanks to Svet, he has put it. There he is. Yeah, hello. I didn't. You have to sit here. So Svet has put this together after we have discussed a bit. So what I want to give a message here. For me, Open DEI is kind of a pioneer for the data spaces and also for the data space support center. And we have seen that in when we look at the design principles document that you have prepared some time ago, and then the others that follow, the data spaces for energy, home, and mobility, the reference architecture and interoperability in digital platforms, which was before, as far as I understand, and an analysis of drivers and barriers for the uptake of the digital platforms in Europe. So I think this is important work, these position papers, and they have been the input for a lot of the work on the data spaces. And when I look at your partners, you see the partners of Open DEI around, and I want to show also how they go into the different data spaces. So on the Data Space Support Center, you see FIWARE, you see international data space. I understand also Innovalia is involved as an associated contractor. And you see in the different energy, mobility, Green Deal, manufacturing data space, largely the industrial ones here, I would like to make clear. Yeah? It's on the industrial ones you see the different organizations involved. And I may have missed one or two here. You can correct the slide with Svet if we forgot one. But I want to show, yes, the knowledge of this project is propagating into the data space. And the space has just become bigger and coordinated by the Data Spaces Support Center. Now I have 10 minutes, good. So on the European data strategy, I give you a bit of things in the slides, there is a bit more. So European data strategy has basically two pillars, and in each pillar it has two sub-pillars. So we have the data and we have the cloud actions. So that are the two pillars. In both of them there is the implementation side and there's the regulatory side. Yeah, so if I start on the cloud, there's the cloud rule book that we would like to see across Europe. Rules for cloud infrastructures. And second, the co-investment by the Commission and the member states and industry in cloud to edge services, cloud federation and marketplaces. Left-hand side, and there we have certain initiatives like the European Alliance, an industrial alliance for industrial data, edge and cloud, but also the important project of common European interest that is in preparation on next generation cloud. So that's left-hand side is the cloud. Right-hand side is the data actions. On the data actions, we have a lot of new legislation, and we have the common investment in the data spaces supported, and all of this is supported by a new program since 21, which is the Digital Europe program. So to go a bit into the European data strategy, we see several communications that we have done and that were partially already adopted. There's the Data Governance Act, and this is basically, I think this is the minimum slide you should have in your mind and try to understand. I would need half an hour to go into detail, but I think there's a lot you are able to understand just from the buzzwords that are here. So ensure trust in data transaction, public sector data, private sector data, and personal data voluntarily made available. I very much subscribe to, Giorgio, what you have said on monetization. We need business models to monetize on it because that's an encouragement to put your data. Yeah, so, and that is not working yet. That I would fully agree with you. Yeah, so that has to come. We try to pave the ground in that direction. And that is what our data legislation in that sense is leading in the world to try to pave the ground. We need to look at the Digital Market Act, which looks at regulating market power based on data. And there's one key word there, which is the word gatekeeper. You may have heard the word gatekeeper. Gatekeeper means someone who has the power to decide who gets particular resources and opportunities and who does not. And also what is important in that sense is that a company doesn't favor itself when it's at the same time provider and marketplace, for example. Yeah, so you can think of a retailer who sells his own products, but who also sells products for others. When a customer comes on his website, they would always favor their own. That's a conflict of interest, and this Digital Market Act is trying to regulate that. Then we have the Act on High-Value Data Sets. We have the Data Act, and I come to the Data Act in just a minute. But we also have the Data Act, which ensures fairness in the allocation of data, value among the actors of the data economy, and I give you an example in a second. And last not least, you also have the accompanying things like the Artificial Intelligence Act. that guarantees the safety and fundamental rights of people and businesses while strengthening AI uptake. And there we take a risk-based approach. We try not to regulate when the risk is low and try to regulate when the risk is high. Like, for example, when you have your autonomously driving car, there's a bit of regulation necessary when AI is used. Yeah? You don't want that with AI, all cars decide at one time to crash against the wall. So you want to make sure that there is good intention behind it, so there's some regulation necessary. On some other things, there may not be regulation necessary, or you only recognize later that regulation is necessary, and you do it, and you don't have to do it a priori. If you do it too early, regulation is always, that's the difference between the US and Europe. In the US, one waits until there's collateral damage, and then the state regulates. In Europe, we try to foresee any collateral damage, and we regulate before. But that also means, in a way, that we limit the innovation space a bit, because we regulate quite early. We make it safer and secure, but we sometimes may also limit a bit. So we have the two extremes, and in the US we see collateral damage, for example, happening. Like you may remember I think it was a Google car or Apple, I don't know which one, that drove under a truck because it thought it was a bridge. Yeah, so these things are happening. In Europe, that's not that easy because we wouldn't even allow that car to drive on the road. Yeah, so you have to balance that, and this principle that I've just said on a risk base, that's important for artificial intelligence there. So just the Data Act, just I want to give you can read in detail the example, but the Data Act is there to allow certain access on data and that the consumer can decide. Like, for example, your car. If you want to go to a garage that doesn't belong to the vendor of the car, you probably want that the garage has access to that data. And you probably, if you approve it, you don't want that your vendor who has sold you the car objects to that. You have the right to that data. So there are these kind of things are regulated on a high level in the Data Act. And then there is legislation coming in the individual sectors that may refine this kind of data access. So the three pillars there are to tackle contractual unfairness, to make business data available for the common good, and also to allow easier switching between cloud services, the famous vendor lock-in that we want to avoid. So there have to be basic principles that ensure that the switching is possible. And last not least, the standardization comes in again, facilitate data flows through technical standards and interoperability. I think that's one of the key points here. Now, data spaces you cannot all develop alone. They have to be somewhat compatible with each other. Like your Open DEI papers, DEI papers, they are looking at several sectors and try also to see commonalities. So this is important for us. So you have the European Data Spaces Technical Framework, you have the Data Spaces Support Center, and you have the sectoral data spaces. So on the left you have, for example, the edge and cloud infrastructure. You have the support center that looks across them, and you have the individual. You called it CSAs, but we have some CSAs. We now go into implementation of them. Sometimes mobility, we even go into CSA and implementation in parallel. Some of these things happen, strange things sometimes in our programs because we have certain timings and pressure. And at all you see the different data spaces we have under the Digital Europe program, and I would say what you are good at and what you particularly have been a pioneer for is the ones that could have the word industrial before it, because that, I think, was your strong point, because also resulting from digitizing European industry. And in that sense, you have the Data Spaces Support Center, which looks to create a network of stakeholders. I'm sure you hear more about that, identifies common requirements, and also tells which requirement every one of these data spaces have to meet. And there, I think it's extremely important that when things diverge, like mobility, energy, agriculture have something in common, but diverge, you have to tell us. We have to work together so that that doesn't happen too much. So we have to look at the commonalities, and I think that's important for the data space support center. And in order to be able to do that, you need this platform of knowledge exchange, because if we don't know, we will not find out. So I think that's a very important one, and I know several of you are involved in that directly or indirectly. So I want to just give you one picture here, very quick, on the mobility data space, which just shows how the legal framework is the one of the data legislation, Digital Market Act, Data Governance Act. Then we have next inside we have the sectoral framework. So that's the ITS, the type approval systems that you see my colleagues in DG Move and DG Grow are working on it. Some of that is the next step for the sector on the data regulation, so or the modernization of the regulation in the mobility sector, because there is now the Data Act to make it suited for digital. And then it's bringing basically, and that's what I said before, it's bringing all the data spaces we have across Europe in a way, together in a common data space. That doesn't mean that the data is centrally stored or so. There have to be rules on how data can be accessed across. And that is the big problem that these CSA projects are trying to solve. And there, the interoperability with other data spaces I consider quite important. So, well, I skipped this one here. I want to just give you a use case for sector coupling here and show you how important that is when you look at the currently very hot topic, energy. The key use case for sector coupling in energy and mobility obviously is what we call e-mobility. Yeah, because you need electricity and you want to be mobile with your car. So I see basically three key things there. I see the efficient integration of renewable energies, and you don't want to carry your wind energy from the south of Spain or Portugal to the north. You want to try to use it locally. Yeah, not to, because we also have a problem of not having enough power lines. Yeah, so obviously we need to transport, but we don't need to transport too much. So if you can do something locally in your house, that's even better. We see the EV charging, and I see EV charging as a bidirectional thing. You can also use your car battery or your batteries that you in future may have in your households to store data, and we call that peak shaving, to mitigate peaks in energy consumption. So for example, in the evening hours in winter, when all the lights are on, TV is running, cooking, everything is used, you may use your car battery because you came home early and it's already charged. You can use it and you recharge the car at 2 in the morning when everybody's sleeping and when less energy is used but still produced. Yeah, so this using batteries in cars or in households is helpful. And then the smart mobility, the smart homes and buildings, I mean, that's the link to what I've just explained. And this optimization of renewable energy production and usage for me is the key use case for the next years to come. And the digital enablers clearly are smart Internet of Things. You need cloud edge computing in order to optimize. You need it locally. You don't want to send it all to a server somewhere in the United States or so where the processing takes place, because that is also has an energy footprint. You need interoperable sectoral data spaces, and you also need intelligence in that, and intelligence in the sense of AI tools, but also intelligence in new concept in decentralized intelligence. So computing where the data is, one of them is swarm computing, for example. Thorsten, you know that a lot from your institute. You're working a lot on these things. Yeah. So there's a key need for bringing this together. We can have island solutions, and that's what Europe is very good at, to have good SMEs who do that. Everybody does his solution, which is extremely good and world leading. But the island solution alone will never be the market success. So what we need is a systems of systems approach, open operational platforms for infrastructure integration. And that includes the data as well. And with that, I finish. I put this slide up again, and the slide where I want to say Open DEI is a pioneering project for that. So thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much also from my side, Max, for framing what we have done in Open DEI and also connecting it to the current activities from the European Commission. So now I'm very happy that to introduce you another input and keynote speaker. And it was already said in the intervention of Max Lemke that the sovereignty part, Europe being sovereignty, and the, let's say, the competition of systems in the world is also somehow linked to the topic of data spaces. Why? Because data spaces are an approach to share data, but in a sovereign way. The trust topic and the fair data sharing. This is what is central. And therefore, I'm now happy to introduce Mike de Roode from TNO. Mike is one, I would say, of the data spaces pioneers, not only within TNO, but also within, I would say, the whole data spaces community. Your colleagues, and I think you personally have been involved also in writing the design principles for data spaces. I saw Harry Bastiansen, for instance, who was contributing, and also TNO has implemented one of the earliest real implementation with the smart connected supply network approach in the Netherlands. So Mike, we are very happy that you are here, and we are carefully listen what you will explain us about Data Spaces Support Center. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Thorsten, for inviting me, and indeed very glad to be here today, because the next few minutes I would like to provide you some information about a topic which has already been named, I think, 10 times today, the Data Spaces Support Center. So the next couple of minutes, maybe it will become a bit more clear what we are going to do in the Data Support Center, and how this, of course, will link to what is currently also being done in Open DEI. And just to provide some very generic information about the Data Space Support Center, and I think many of you know already, because I think most of this information has already been shared. But within the Digital Europe program, many data spaces will be started, will be funded by the European Commission. There will be a lot of domain-specific data spaces, of course, in the domains already mentioned by Open DEI, but in many, many more. I think in total 15 types of data spaces in all kinds of sectors. And these sectors will have their own requirements. They will be very specific for the needs within the sector. And I think this is very good. We should really take into account that each sector has their own approach. But of course, we cannot end up with 15 different data spaces in the end. We need to have like one common infrastructure below this. And that's why there are also various initiatives being started in the next couple of months or couple of years about developing open source building blocks or toolkits which will support these data spaces. And these are named in this blue box. And then to position the Data Space Support Center, it's a bit in the middle. So it's between the data spaces on the one hand, all the domain-specific data spaces, and these technology infrastructure initiatives. So it's also like Open DEI about coordinating and providing support. And we are really glad to have our kickoff actually in this room 2 weeks ago to also illustrate our connection. And to zoom in a little bit in why we are there, it's of course quite trivial that many data spaces initiatives are out there, and we want to have one common story. We want to know what is exactly a data space. What do you need, not only in terms of technology, but also in terms of governance, about the legal frameworks which were just mentioned in the previous talk. What is everything you might need? Can we provide transparency for that? But also, if you know what you need, what type of companies do you need to approach? Are there open source building blocks available? Do you need to purchase something? How to ensure interoperability? So these type of questions we want to address in the Data Space Support Center. And of course, we were doing that with a very large group of organizations, many of them already present today. So this is our core consortium, consisting of various member organizations. I would say quite the most significant member organizations in the data spaces community, so really glad to have them on board. Also together with various RTOs from all across Europe. So both the technical knowledge and also the broad community we try to bring together, also with a large group of associate partners all across Europe. And just want to mention that these groups of organizations, this is not the Data Space Support Center. We are very open. We want to ensure connection with all the data space initiatives out there. And that's why we want to create a very open structure where everyone can join, everyone can put requirements, can ask questions. There will be a help desk for everyone out there. So it's not a very closed project, but it will be very open and available for everyone in this community. So really glad that we chose this structure. And to dive into the concrete things we want to do, and this is just an example, you don't need to remember this all, of course, we will send you the slides, but the main takeaways are that we will be out there for the next 3.5 years, and what we aim to do is to provide some structure. So we want to have certain deliverables, certain open resources for everyone be released at a common pace. So every half year we have a so-called heartbeat where we want to release the latest insights into the technologies out there and the governance, etc. And we do it in a very common pace, which is already set, so everyone can know what they can expect from the Data Spaces Support Center. And one of these deliverables is the Data Spaces Blueprint. And this will be a very large framework containing, of course, the Open DEI building blocks, but also going much more into detail about what is everything you need to set up a data space, and how to also ensure the interoperability between various domains. Are there certain required building blocks? How to certify your data space or your building block? These types of resources will all be available in one central place in this open source blueprint. And this will be available already relatively soon for the first version, and we want to keep continuous improving this. And as first part we want to release is the so-called starter kit. So this will be a very early version of the blueprint, and we already try to release it next month, which is quite ambitious since we just started 2 weeks ago. But we should at least describe like the data spaces 101. So what's a data space, where can you start, but also providing checklists of what types of requirements are there for a data space. And where can you find support? Because we are a support center. If you have a question, who can you contact them? The early steps into the blueprint about what types of technical and non-technical building blocks do you need? And of course, links to all kinds of resources. Because to be honest, a lot is already out there. And if you search on data spaces, then you will find tons of resources, maybe even too much resources. So it might be a very good step to just sort them and make a library of everything which is available. Because we will not create everything from scratch, we will just try to integrate it into one common approach. And that's our major challenge, not recreating everything ourselves. And of course, as basis for our approach is Open DEI. So we have the design principles for data spaces, but also the building block catalog, which got a lot of input in the past year. And we really want to create our blueprint on top of this. So we already acknowledge that on conceptual level, there is a lot already out there. We definitely want to reuse. And as first step, what we want to do is to dive deeper into these building blocks. So we know what generic capabilities you need, but can you also specify that further into technical and functional specifications, that you really know that if you need, for example, some yellow pages component, some technical component, that it should comply with these specifications. And you also know which type of implementations, being open source or commercial, are compatible with this to ensure interoperability. So really diving into more detail. Also listing the various standards, because we have Gaia, IDS, Fiber, a lot of different member associations. We have even other formal standardization authorities, and can we bridge this into this blueprint so that we know that these types of specifications, if you follow them, then you're a European data space. And of course, in the end, we want to dive deeper into the actual implementation. So to make sure that if you want to start, then you know where to find the right information. And as previously mentioned, we do not want to do this alone. So we have a very large network of stakeholders we envision. So on the left-hand side, we have, of course, the domain-specific data spaces, which are our direct customer. But we do not want to limit ourselves per se to these initiatives. Also, there are many other initiatives mentioned on the right, ranging from formal standardization initiatives to the Data Innovation Board, for example, but also to the many projects which will be started on developing the technical infrastructure. So we want to bring them all together, which is ambitious, but that's, as was mentioned today, the task of a CSA, and to really pool the resources from all these projects. And of course, we acknowledge that there are already many data spaces out there. So not just the EU-funded data spaces, but also many data spaces funded in a regional fashion or a national way. And this is the data spaces release radar, just indicating every dot is a data space initiative. And how the closer they are to the center, the more operational they are. And this is a really nice picture which illustrates also what is approaching us. So not tens of data spaces, but maybe hundreds of data spaces are nearing the operational state. And we definitely should ensure that we have common discussions and alignment between the data spaces, because the challenge is too much for each individual data space to ensure interoperability. We need a bit of a common approach. And then I'm reaching near the end is, so how do we want to do this? And I think in the afternoon we also have some more time to talk about this, but in the end we want to set up open work groups, which is also been done in Open DEI. So we don't want to have a closed architecture board, for example, but we want to open up for requirements for tool implementers to provide input and to participate in our discussions. And for doing that, in the next couple of months, we will provide more information on how you can contribute, both on the governance side, but also on the technical work, co-creating this blueprint of data spaces. So this is also my invitation to you. And in the next couple of weeks and months, we will provide a lot of information on how to contribute, and I think it's a very nice bridge also from the Open DEI nearing the end towards the Data Space Support Center, where we want to take up the pace and also accelerate even. So thanks a lot, and looking forward to also the next speakers. So thanks a lot, Thorsten.
Thank you, Mike. Thank you, Mike, for giving this great overview, and I think it is now a little bit more tangible, the Data Space Support Center, and I think also clearly addressed why the bridge between OpenDI and Data Space Support Center exists. Thank you, Mike. But before we go to the next content-related topic point and the 4 domains, we will have a short coffee break. I would say 12.5 minutes, because we are a little bit late. So in 12.5 minutes, I will find you out there and pull you back again to then go to the domains and the industries. Thank you very much so far. So, ladies and gentlemen, back to the topic. And we are now coming to challenges and opportunities in the 4 OpenDI domains. And what this is, what the achievements are, what the challenges and opportunities will be explained and moderated by dear Sergio Gusmeroli.
Thank you so much. Good morning and welcome everybody here in presence and remotely. Sergio Gusmeroli, Politecnico Milano, and I'm driving you towards this slot about how we organized the 4 domains included in the OpenDI. Then OpenDI means this one, and so please open DI in the sense that you should be aware, you should be fully convinced and committed about your digital transformation process. And this is our point, and our point is to do it in 4 domains. And Giorgio already showed this slide. which are the projects that we are coordinating and supporting being a CSA. But I wish to comment a bit the 4 domains, and which are the 4 domains and which are the projects. Formally speaking, we are the coordination and support action of the digital platform focus area of Horizon 2020 program, which means a set of projects, Horizon 2020, which have been funded in different topics from the TICT 07 to the TICT 12. This is the formal part. And you see here that the TICT 07 was manufacturing. And so manufacturing was our first domain that we addressed through 2 waves of projects. And in the first wave of project, 3 innovation actions have been funded. Quality ZDMP about zero defect manufacturing, and EFPF about agile value networks. Then in the second wave, we have KICLOS and DigiPrime about circular economy in manufacturing. And we had SHOP 4CF about human factors and human-robot collaboration. The peculiar characteristic of the manufacturing domain was that here we had to collaborate with another CSA. That is the CSA, CSA is Collaboration Support Action, which is Connected Factories. And so a dedicated CSA for the digital manufacturing platform domain. And here we had this interaction, this continuous interaction between Open DEI and the Connected Factories in order to identify especially which are the commonalities and what achievements in the manufacturing domain could be transferred to the other domains. And as you can see, maybe the green light is not so evident, but when we started, the first 3 projects were already there, and then we increased the number of our ecosystem with the other projects. And this was quite easy. Second domain is Agrifood, and Agrifood is the topic number 8 and the topic number 9. The point is that when we started, no projects were present in this domain. And so we had to recover existing projects in this domain, in particular IOF, Internet of Food 2020, which was a large-scale project, Horizon 2020 in the previous calls, and also projects from other DGs, like Smart Agri Hubs, and project in robotics, for instance, Agrifood. And so we had really to arrange this community and this ecosystem with existing projects, waiting for the new projects to come. And the new projects came, like Demeter and Atlas, in the topic number 8. And in the topic number 1, the 2 rural economies innovation actions. This is to show you how complex was the ecosystem of Open DEI and how complex was managing and governing this ecosystem of projects. Even more complex in the energy domain. Again, in the energy domain, we had the topic number 10 and the topic number 11. But at the time we started, there was the bridge cluster, which was including several projects. And then we had interconnect, and then we had big data for energy. Another thing. So we are not just Internet of Things platforms. We are just big data platforms. And in particular for energy, these projects are managed by the big data community. And again, for the health and care. For the health and care, the projects in the 12 topic, which are AI projects. So another kind of platform again. So not just IoT platform, not just big data platform, but also AI platforms to be included. they started a little later. And at the beginning, we had to leverage on ActiveAge, another large-scale pilot, and several other projects which have been included in this ecosystem. This to show you how complex was the management of these 4 domains, and that's why we need a methodology. And the methodology we developed is a methodology of 8 steps. And in this presentation, we are going to present the first 5 steps of this methodology. That is, we appointed some ambassadors, so some experienced people who are going to facilitate the liaison between Open DEI and the projects in the domain. And the ambassadors will be sitting here in a few minutes to animate our discussion, our panel discussion. Then we had to define the projects, to invite the projects. And in some cases, it was obvious because they were the projects winning these calls. But in other cases, we had to get other projects on board. Then we have to define some working groups. For instance, in the manufacturing domain, we had to interface with the connected factories, with the other CSA, because they were going to create these working groups. Definition of the working tools and the activities of the working groups. And this is our ecosystem finally, so an ecosystem of several projects which have several focuses, all digital platforms, but as I said, some of them are focusing on Internet of Things, some other on big data, some other on AI, some other are also not in DG Connect. Some other are in DG Agri or in DG Santé. So this is important to say that our ecosystem is really variegated, heterogeneous, and this was our major effort. And our major effort was to create 3 main tools, 3 main concepts that helped us to manage and govern this ecosystem. Number 1, working groups. And so we created working groups inside the different domains. Inside the manufacturing domain, we created the working groups in close collaboration with the Connected Factories CSA. And together with them, we organized events, webinars, conferences, awareness, white papers. The same for the Agrifood domain, and especially in collaboration with the projects of the Agrifood domain, like Demeter, Atlas, IOF 2020, and Smart Agri Hubs, the final event that was held in Lisbon 1 month ago. So this was our effort of creating this ecosystem and nurturing this ecosystem in the 2 domains through the working groups. Then we had the working groups for energy, and we participated in several workshops. We animated the IoT Week this year in Dublin. And then we have the health and care, which was, as I said before, mostly focusing on data and AI. AI for hospital, and this is a very important topic for us. And then again, we animated and we co-organized several workshops, conferences, and meetings. The second pillar was technical knowledge and technical awareness. So we had the task to make the projects and the working groups in the 4 domains aware of the new technological innovations, in particular regarding interoperability and standards, regarding reference architectures, regarding reference implementations, and in particular open source solutions. And as it was mentioned in last but not least, in the previous speeches, data spaces and data management and data governance. That is how these technical topics are implemented in the 4 domains, and we will discuss with the ambassadors just in a minute how they have been implemented, what is common, what is specific, which are the challenges, which are the opportunities for the 4 domains. And then we also looked into the business aspect. That is how to create impact in the projects, in the working groups, and in the domain. How to model digital maturity, how to implement digital transformation, and we had several workshops, for instance, using not just the business model canvas, but also the St. Gallen Business Model Navigator, which is a more complex tool in order to understand which are the stakeholders in a new data-driven business model, the so-called data economy. So how to implement a data economy in manufacturing, how to implement a data economy in energy, in health and care, in agri-food, which was a real challenge, and we did some interesting workshops which are reported also in our deliverables. Finally, also open calls support. So we provided support to those projects who had the financial support to third parties mechanism, so that we could really help them instructing and governing the process of the open call. Step number 1 are the ambassadors. And so I inviting the ambassadors sitting here in a minute. And the first ambassador is for the manufacturing domain, is Carmen Polcaro from Innovalia. Unfortunately, she had a problem this morning, a personal problem, so she cannot be here with us. But I was quite personally following the manufacturing domain, and so I could say my words about what Open DEI did for the manufacturing domain. Second is Marianna Faraldi. And maybe if you wanted to pick up one mic and briefly introduce yourself.
My name is Marianna Faraldi from Tecnoalimenti. I am a senior researcher. I work in the sector, in agri-food sector since 21 years, working in strict contact with farmers and food producers. And I brought this experience into Open DEI project.
Thank you very much, Marianna. Then we have Alberto Dognini.
Yeah, thank you, and good morning also from my side to everybody. I'm Alberto Dognini, and I am a researcher at the RWTH Aachen University, where I work in the Institute of Automation of Complex Power Systems. So we work on the digitalization of the energy system, in particular for the energy distribution and transmission.
Thank you very much. And then we have Luc Nicolas in the domain of health and care.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Luc Nicolas. I'm working together with ETEL, multi-stakeholder organizations active in the healthcare domain since more than 20 years. And actually, my personal profile is mainly related to health and ICT, since I've been trying to support e-health, as we call, as we say in the health domain, implementation, both at public and organizational level since 25 years or so. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And then I come back to the whole landscape of projects for you to have also a view of it. Okay. We should start this discussion. It is intended to be interactive and participative. So whenever you have questions in the room, I can see them. Maybe remotely, somebody could advise me if you have some questions from the remote speaker. And first question is your experience. So how do you feel your experience in putting Open DEI topics in your 4 domains, in the domain of manufacturing, agri-food, health and care, and energy? So which are the lessons learned? Which are the things that you support, which are the opportunities, which are the challenges, what is common and what is specific to your domain, and your activity to manage and govern in such a variegated and heterogeneous number of projects. What is your experience, and how do you judge the impact of OpenDI in your domain? Who wants to start? No problem.
From the right, then. Yes, so I think that the the most important, it was a path. I mean, as you have shown before, also with the different aids, the steps, also within the working groups that we had, also within the ecosystem, was really a path that we have had in these 3 years together with their own projects. In the energy domain, you have also said it was particular because we have projects from different perspectives totally, so some of them were working on the transmission system operators point of view, some others with the DSO, others as interconnect with the home facilities digitalizations, and they also started in so different phases among them, so maybe there was 2 years of difference among the starts of this project. So this maturity level was something that we had to keep into account, and also that we try to exploit, like in the way of knowledge passing among them. So as OpenDI, we tried also to let the projects familiarize with each other. But anyway, the lesson learned, I think, one of the most important one was that we were working with people, so with experts, and we have to keep into account these human relationships and to understand that there were some experts that were particularly relevant for a topic that we were covering, some others that we more focused, for example, on the dissemination or the technical topic or on the standardization. So we had to be very flexible in adapt our working group with respect to the kind of projects that we have, with the kind of people that we had. And since you mentioned also the cross-domain perspective, I think we learned a lot also from the other domains, and something that we were not used to keep into account in the energy. But we discovered, for example, how to relate for the platforms from the manufacturing, for example, from Rami. In one of the working group, we keep into account the experienced platforms from the gatekeeper, for example, in the healthcare domain. Also, I was very satisfied when we contributed to the bridge framework of the European Commission, also proposing the cross-domain data exchange platforms coming from the agri-food, healthcare, and the manufacturing.
Okay.
I agree with Alberto. Also in agri-food sector, we had this problem of heterogeneity because the type of projects were so different one from another, and this was something which slowed down a little bit the start. But in any case, we understood that it was very important that starting from the most mature project, it was good to learn. So the lessons learned from them were useful for the new projects, and this was an added value which we used in particular into the working groups, but also in the webinars and in the public events which we supported. And I think that a key word for me is networking. For me, it was a very interesting experience because really we created in agri-food an ecosystem, a network which worked together a lot. And this was demonstrated, for example, 1 month ago in Lisbon, during this very important event, which was led by Smart Agri-Hubs project, but which was strongly supported also by OpenDI, in particular in the 2 synergy days. And these are 2 keywords, synergy days. 23 funded agri-food projects all together in the same place, 350 people which were discussing all together. And here OpenDI supported strongly, for example, the policy recommendations sessions, arriving to a common view, which, in my opinion, is a very important result with an impact.
Yeah, in the healthcare domain is a bit the wild goat in that story, if I can say so, because I think the starting perspective is pretty different. And actually the topic of Open DEI was not in the mind of the people and of the project. And this is very simple. Most of the other domains have B2B, business to business, as the main orientation. And in the healthcare domain, this is not the main driving force. The main driving force is basically about services and services which bring societal value. That has been the key point. And that's probably what the healthcare domain can bring most to other domains, as I'm personally absolutely convinced that if industry does not take into consideration societal value, data space creation will remain void in the future. So, but that has been challenging very much to explain to the healthcare project that indeed digital transformations at company level was a priority. Those projects were not built to deal with that. They were dealt with to imagine how can you create an ecosystem where indeed you integrate solutions available on the market to support a number of use cases, advanced use cases. And remember another thing, is that the focus on data is also pretty new in healthcare. It used to be not as such, I mean, as it's clear that having data for the continuity of care is essential, and we've been working on that since 20 years. And again, we'll come back to that in terms of interoperability. There's been a lot of work being done in the healthcare domain. But it's only recently, with the advancement of IoT and the massive inclusion of IoT in the healthcare domain, first, and second, with the coming up of artificial intelligence, that data is coming up. And we have been also confronted with a recent evolution, which is the pandemic, which became a priority, and that broke barriers, which were there since a decade. So for the first time, people understood that we could not rely on systems which would provide data, I mean, in very silo and compartmented arenas, but we needed systems to bring the data, analyze them, and take decisions quickly. And that has been an electroshock in the healthcare domain. And that's why slowly people begin to say, oh, now we need to include, indeed, a focus on data. And sorry if I'm a bit long, Sergio, but I think the sector is a bit specific, and I need to explain that. So when I had to engage the project, I had to have a slightly different strategy. And to start from their perspective, basically, and to see what were the challenges in creating an ecosystem, and slowly getting them into the main Open DEI questions linked to interoperability, and make them understand that indeed, in the future, we will need data much quicker, and so we need more flexible way to exchange data, not only in the traditional way, but probably in a different way, and that we also needed to create an ecosystem where criteria which were not priority will become priority. Where it's not only about functional and non-functional requirements, but it is indeed about impact. And this is indeed about maintainability, scalability, integrability. I don't know if it exists, but you see what I mean. And that's our concepts which were not really present. So we worked like that, basically in building those working groups, 5 working groups, and that has been very engaging because, I mean, there was a strong interest to share knowledge between the projects, but we worked in parallel, basically building knowledge within the cluster and trying then to bring some knowledge coming from Open DEI and the other domain, and that happened in steps.
Okay, then I sit down here because I'm bringing the word of the manufacturing domain. So as I said, in the manufacturing domain, we had the CSA connected factories, and we have been working in close cooperation with them. First of all, there was a connected factories one when they identified the three main grand scenarios for manufacturing. Smart autonomous factory, which is the factory, the production plant. Second is collaborative product service system, which is following the product life cycle and the servitization of the manufacturing industry. And third is the so-called hyper-connected factories, which is the supply chain, the value chain. And we collaborated with connected factories by put our data space knowledge, our data space orientation in them. We created, for instance, some slides which have been used by Matthias Quom during the preparation of data spaces for manufacturing, and we are strongly influencing the project Data Space 4.0, which is the preparatory action in Digital Europe about data spaces for manufacturing. And so these are our major achievements that we did, and maybe we have been lucky in the sense that we had the CSA, that we had the Connected Factories CSA, and then our domain is B2B. And however, we also considered a lot human factors, and human factors for the workers, human factors for this human robot collaboration, human-machine collaboration, and we developed together with Connected Factories a model which is called WISE model. W, well-being, I, inclusiveness, S, safety, and E, ergonomics. And so to consider human factors in the interaction. So also in the manufacturing domain, we are B2B oriented, yes, but we also consider the WISE aspect, the human factors, and how the worker of the future should interact with these autonomous systems. And this was one of the major achievements, and this was brought to the attention of the manufacturing domain by Open DEI. By the way, I was a speaker some weeks ago in the European Manufacturing Conference here in Brussels, speaking about data spaces and data spaces for manufacturing, basically. Okay, good. As I said, the second kind of impact that Open DEI was expected to bring to the project was at the technical viewpoint. And so reference architectures, interoperability, standards, open source, and did we manage to have impact in your domains?
Can I start? I think that success in Agrifood is managing the working group on interoperability and standardization. It was a success from my point of view for different reasons. First of all, the output. We have a peer review publication ready for publication on a scientific journal, which involved 10 different authors in representation of 4 different funded projects in Agri-Food and a representative of 9 different organizations. We met bi-weekly, so it was a big effort. And at the very end, we also exploited the results, as said in Lisbon, to a big audience about our results. What is also important for this is also the interrelation with task forces, because some authors were also involved in Task Force 3 of Open DEI, and during our discussions, we analyzed a lot the reference architectures, for example, proposed in the other sectors for understanding if applicable or not in agri-food. So since this paper is about a comparison between the different reference architectures applied by the different projects involved, it was very interesting also to open the mind to the other domains and understanding if something could be replicated, simplifying, taking something, enlarging. So I think this is something which Open DEI contributed a lot.
As I mentioned already, I mean, in terms of technical aspects, when the projects develop their platform, and once again, the specificity of all those projects, or at least most of them, is that they need to integrate solutions. So that's really new as a matter of project. So it's not a project where you define between partners what you're going to do, you build, you test, and then that's it, more or less. Here the idea is, say, how do you create an ecosystem? Limited, proof of concept, but how do you do that? And actually what has been very interesting is that, as I said, we could not start with models, technical models coming from other domains, but with Open DEI, we immediately started a discussion of what could be a reference architecture common to all those domains. And then we indeed proposed other reference architecture, which were more generic, like the one developed by ADSA, for example, which was discussed and will be presented later after this session, after this talk. And we conducted a complete analysis. And we came with a number of agreements and a number of findings. Is that we found out that most of those projects were developing platforms with, once again, focus on functional and non-functional specification, but actually the technical and the business aspects were actually only vaguely described most of the time. So with very critical elements like usability, security, and so on, which were actually only implicitly described. So that triggered a very interesting discussion. We say, how do you actually build platforms? And how do you make them more scalable? So the only reference in the healthcare domain, as you mentioned, Sergio, was the heritage of the previous projects, which like Activate, for example. And this, their model was create IoT 3D reference architecture. But we found out through Open DEI that actually what the more generic architecture proposed by Open DEI was completely compatible with this approach, and that we could go beyond strictly the IoT domain. Clearly, there was also, I think, and that was more something we tried to give to the other domains, as we had a lot of experience. We have a lot of frameworks for interoperability in the healthcare domain, where we tackled not only technical interoperability, but semantic interoperability, legal interoperability, organizational interoperability. So there has been a long, long tradition. And so that also helped a lot, in my opinion, to frame the discussion across domains. So I think that's, and finally, I think on the technical point of view, that has been interesting to see. And that was more the last year, I think, there was not an awareness of what solutions were available, technical solutions, actually. Everybody, at least in the healthcare domain, we were aware of the solutions that we used, but we were not so much aware of generic solutions, which actually are supporting specifically technical aspects, which are becoming absolutely important. So that... Yeah.
I want to subscribe, first of all, to what Marianna said with respect to the task forces, because also in energy domain was very useful and interesting to have this exchange to what was found out in the working groups to be brought in the task forces and the way around. And then I want to raise the point of how we started the working groups. So first of all, when we approached the projects that we had, we posed the question, okay, what do you need? Which are the topics that are most interesting for you? And that was very fundamental because it helped a lot to get the attention and get the interest that was needed to run the working groups. And in the energy we had two technical working groups. One was related to technical topics like standardization, in which, for example, the semantic interoperability was addressed, and the other one was mostly related to the architectures and the data exchange. And the great necessity for the energy domain was still related to the interoperability again, because we had discussions about the architectures, the platforms. We agreed on, okay, which are the common ways and which are the best practices to deploy architectures, but then we have to realize, and we faced these interoperability issues. And as I said, at the different levels of the energy domain. So from the interconnection of the home devices till the interaction among DSO and TSO. And this was something that we went through a lot. And I think here is where we achieved the most success, and we really put into connection the different projects to agree on some criticalities on these topics. And at the end, I think what was really successful was start to think outside the electricity domain itself, and it is strictly related to what Max Lemke has presented this morning. So the example of the interconnection among energy, home, and mobility. Because, okay, we are talking about cross-domain, but we know that cross-domain cannot come suddenly once, but we have to build step by step. So from the electricity, we identified that, okay, the first cross-domain perspective that we have to achieve is to interconnect the mobility, in this case, e-mobility, and home devices. And this is where we started, okay, identifying which are the data exchange problems that we have, which are the best practices that are available, and which are the next challenges that we have to face.
Okay, now for the manufacturing domain, from a technical viewpoint, I think there was a lot. There was a lot to exploit. The industrial internet reference architecture, the RAMI in the platform 4.0, which is the German initiative about Industry 4.0. RAMI is the reference architecture for manufacturing, and all the other tools, for instance, the Asset Administration Shell, AAS, is one of the important topics and formalism and data models that we had to exploit. Then in working group 1, we had Fraunhofer Institute from the quality project, which did a very good analysis of the standardization, and they also introduced several initiatives in Senelec and in other pre-standardization organism in order to promote the manufacturing domain. So in the manufacturing, in the technical part, I think that we supported what already existed. The third aspect that I wish to understand is the business. To discuss is the business impact. And this, for the manufacturing domain, this was really important, the contribution of Open DEI. And the contribution is twofold. On the one side, digital maturity assessment. And this is fundamental for manufacturing companies, especially for manufacturing SMEs, to understand which is their position with respect to digital transformation, and to understand which are the blocking points, which are the barriers, which are the obstacles which prevent manufacturing companies, especially SMEs, to embrace, to fully benefit from digital transformation. There are some countries like Italy where you have a lot of SMEs with 10, 20, 30 people. And so it is very, very important also to permeate their culture, their mindset with digital transformation, with digital platforms, because they currently are caring of producing their piece of metal, their textile, and they are not concerned with the digitalization. And especially they don't perceive digitalization as an opportunity, as a competitive advantage with respect to the others. And we need really to create this mindset, to create this culture, to consider digitalization as a competitive advantage for the manufacturing companies. The second point are new business models, data-driven business models, and servitization. I believe that everybody of you have experience in the car domain, in the car sharing, or also in other domain about servitization. And servitization is allowed if we put in place data spaces. If we don't put in place data spaces, we cannot perform servitization. But servitization is also, for instance, in the machine tools domain. So I don't sell and forget the machine to my customer, but I can sell and offer additional services, for instance, maintenance services, but for instance, also end of life, circular services. That is to help the companies to accomplish the sustainability aspect, the environmental footprint aspects, which usually the manufacturing companies don't know how to do it. Or we could go to extreme business models like the product as a service business model. That is, you pay me on the number of holes that you do. So you pay me some euros per hole that you do, or per time that you use the machinery. And these are new business models which also imply very important legal and regulatory issue because, of course, the ownership of the data, the monitoring and control, the controversies, for instance, if the final customer is using the machine out of specs, out of specification, and then the machine breaks down. So we really need to understand all this stuff. And this was a very important contribution of Open DEI to the manufacturing domain from the business point of view. From your domain point of view, the business impact of Open DEI.
Okay. I mean, I think that in energy there has been a tremendous change in the business impact with respect to the Green Deal objectives that we have, and also with the new policies and new emergencies for the energy consumption and distribution. So this has been rapidly in the last year integrated into the necessity for the flexibilities of assets, flexibilities of energy usage, how to storage, how to reduce these peak shavings, and so on. And so this is the main challenge that is active right now in the energy domain. And it's something also that we discussed within our working groups. We had a dedicated working groups on the use cases, and this was useful also to fill the gaps between the different maturity levels of the projects. Because we started analyzing the different use cases that we have. So in the end, what we realized, what was in common among them, if two projects had similar use cases, which were the technologies that they were using, or which were the KPIs, or which were the approaches that were having, trying to solve or try to deploy pilots on this use case. On the other hand, I think that this business perspective was mostly interesting also for the projects that we had in our ecosystem, and that's why we had also very good participation in these, and these use cases results, they had a good impact. Now the relationships that with the business cases was very strong also with the task forces that we had, with the task forces on the digital maturity assessment, also with the last actions, the last task that we are having with the analysis of the IoT solutions. And I think that in energy is a bit different than manufacturing, because we had great distribution system operators, utilities, so we don't have the cases of this SME. But anyway, we realized that they are slow to integrate the digitalization. So that's why it's more and more important to raise this topic and to raise the importance of the digitalization.
We didn't have in agriculture a specific working group, but in any case, most of the projects contributed, for example, to task force, analyzing, contributing in particular in this analysis of digital platform maturity in our domain. And also another thing which we have done was starting from the most mature projects for presenting to the others their business models and successes. This was done by IOF 2020 projects to the other more news projects, and I'm referring in particular, for example, Aurora, the Rural, Atlas and Demeter projects.
Well, in the healthcare domain, I think that there is now a clear awareness that we need to reinvent other business models. And we see that projects, and even large-scale projects like that, most of the time they have no other choice than build their own platform. But at the end of the day, what do you do with those platforms except creating that concept? And that's a very issue because we see now, as you mentioned now, new projects relying on AI and IoT. And of course, without any data, what can you do? And so we have a time gap. We have a time gap. I mean, how can you fetch the data you need in 3 or 4 years' time if you start from scratch? So we see sometimes projects we invest a tremendous amount of resources in collecting data from scratch in order to train a minima algorithm, or which end up with results which cannot be exploited just because you have not enough data to do it. So indeed, there is a major need, and I think the impact is here to take into consideration that indeed projects and beyond projects implementations need to today reinvent some of their business models in order to make a difference. I think also that the concept of digital maturity, and that's linked to what I said before, as we were so much focused on services and less on data, there is now an increasing awareness of a need to assess better if what we do is in the right direction, and to have better KPIs to monitor that at the same time. We had a lot of KPI, but once again, they were linked to a number of aspects which are very interesting. For example, societal impact, cost efficiency from a societal point of view, and so on, which are interesting for the others. For the other domains, maybe to take into consideration, but we were missing, I think the evaluation of a number of very other important aspects. I would say that there is also something which is really noticeable, is that with the increased use of IoT and solutions developed by companies, we find a new problem, is that actually those data are not portable. And I mean, in the healthcare domain, they are a bit fed up about it. And they say, well, we, organization, the healthcare domain, play the game, and we are highly collaborative. Per definition, that's a cooperative system, where we cannot work if everybody does not work together and makes it part of the job. So it's a collaborative problem per sense. And when we integrate IoT solutions, say, whoa, we're using our data, we're happy if you give us, but no. Those data will remain and we'll manage them. So there is a gap there. There is a gap. In the healthcare domain, I think it's going to be extremely interesting to see in the future how this will evolve. And that's my key message. If industry does not take into consideration the societal impact in its business model, I am sure that there will be a massive change in the healthcare industry domain in the future, where only the ones who will have got that message will succeed at the end of the day.
Okay, thank you very much to our ambassadors, 4 ambassadors. And if there are no other questions, or I can really thank our speakers, and a big applause to them.
So Joe, just if you allow me, just one thing, if I may, but one thing that we've been discussing together is that actually we would like, in each our domain, we have been reflecting on a number of subjects, but we have tried to imagine what could be also use cases at the cross-domain level. And I think that's something really important for the future to reflect upon more. We need to communicate better on that. In my domain, if I want to implement the One Health paradigm, we will need tomorrow to put together data coming from many other domains, to focus and to know where I need to intervene. Where do people do not eat safely and why? Where do we have mobility or pollution problems? We need to cross those data, and we need to better document and speak about it. So I really hope that in the future projects will focus more on that and make that much more clear to an external audience, because the projects need to do that to be more engaged.
Yes, thank you. It's me again?
It's you again. Yes. Sergio, it's you again, because we are now coming to a second part, which is focusing on key enablers for supporting companies on digital transformation, and this has to do with the methodology you already explained. And maybe, Sergio, if you could just for a very quick intro to this part, maybe refer to this part of the methodology, if possible.
Exactly, and good morning again. And so you know this landscape of projects, you know our methodology, and now we are focusing on the last 3 steps of the methodology: cross-domain activities, creation of task forces, and implementation of the task forces activities. And we created these 4 task forces, and the representatives of these task forces will present just after me the achievements and the results of the task forces. But which is the methodology behind the task force? Each task force has 3 main steps. Step number 1, to collect needs and requirements. And also the people here in the previous panel mentioned that they were constantly asking their projects, the working groups, about hot topics to discuss in the task forces. So for us, task forces are think tanks of medium-long-term challenges to address, which are not challenges that are in the work plan of the projects, task number XY or work package X, but which are of interest, of generic and general interest of the projects. And we gave the ambassadors the task to let these issues emerge, to collect them. Then we discussed them inside, and we went into the second step, that is to create a community of experts from inside the Open DEI consortium, but especially from outside of the Open DEI consortium. And you will see in the afternoon, especially the word will be given to the outside experts of the task forces. To do what? Basically to create an artifact, and in many cases the artifact was a white paper. And you have the example that was mentioned also in previous presentation, and what also Max Lemke did. The design principles for data spaces is one of these white papers which have been produced by a task force, or the document that you can see in the lobby about interoperability and standard. And third is today. And so to create awareness, to disseminate, to come back to the projects with these results, and try to cross-fertilize the projects with the results achieved by the task forces. And this is the activity that we are doing, again, in collaboration with the ambassadors, but also thanks to this event, to these dissemination events, where we are going to come back to the projects and say, look, these are our results. Do you have the possibility, the chance to implement some of them, to consider some of them, maybe not in your work plan, but maybe in your exploitation, in your exploitation plans? And this is what we did. And what we did was the creation of 4 task forces. Task Force 1 is data sharing spaces, and Silvia Castellvi will come in a minute to the podium to present the results of this Task Force 1. Task Force 2 was about business ecosystem building, and again it was Carmen Polcaro from Innovalia. Maybe she is going to join us in the afternoon, and so she will give this presentation of Task Force 2 in the afternoon slot, but unfortunately she cannot come this morning. Task Force 3 is my colleague Gabriella Monteleone from Politecnico di Milano, and it is about digital platforms, pilots, and standards. And then we have a Task Force 4, which is digital transformation, business impact, and Golboo from IDC is our Task Force leader. As you can see, we respected fully the gender issue, so we have a 4 lady leading our 4 task forces, and the men had to obey to the task force leaders, but the result was really outstanding, and you can see in the next presentation the results of this activity. First of all, Task Force 1, Silvia.
Task Force 1 started in 2020, and we delivered the results in 2021. It was the first iteration. Then it takes a little bit to identify the challenge and how to continue with the second iteration. Finally, we started some months ago. If you are not familiar with the Task Force 1, the result was the design principle position paper. You can download from this webpage. And what is amazing, and what has been explained before by Sergio, is that this paper was the consequence of a co-creation activity between experts, between domain experts from Open DEI ecosystem, but also data spaces experts. So we merge these different profiles to knowledge sharing and elaborate what we call the principles for designing and building data spaces. And of course, this paper had a big impact on our target audience, and we achieved a high level of KPIs, and we also presented and make a big dissemination of the results. After then, okay, we identified the challenges, and we identified that for implementing the building blocks, we introduced in chapter 2 the building blocks components for data spaces deployment. But we realized that it was not clear, it was a high level, and we need to identify what already exists around our ecosystem. So for this purpose, we started this second iteration of the Task Force 1 with the objective to identify already existing building blocks and preliminary experience implementing it in order to map it and create a building block catalogs, but also to initiate a little bit assessment, identify requirements and feedback from experts or people that implemented it, and then investigate also the current activities of the different data spaces that were implemented in order to identify common archetypes to parameterize this. Next. Yeah, but as I commented before, this Open DEI state-of-the-art document was one of the assets of this second iteration of Task Force 1. Another asset was the creation of the catalog. So this catalog pretends to be an initial, not a complete, but an initial single source for guiding on the building blocks as a library, and also to provide more detailed information regarding the building blocks, because the chapter 2 was at high level, and mapping in a self-description way what is already available, because some projects were going to end and we want to capture this knowledge and make available. So for this purpose, we create this survey, and then we publish on GitHub. Here you have, I think if it's working, the GitHub is public available, so you can access and look into the results. Also, the report, initially the outcome was just the catalog, but then we thought that maybe for some people not familiar with GitHub, it will be fine to have a document, and we create the Open DEI state of the art. And here you can find an introduction to this document, but also an important document just published very few weeks ago. So it was a challenge to integrate this content into this document. The DSBA, the Data Spaces Business Alliance Technical Converse document, that provides guidelines in order to have the first minimum viable framework implementation for data spaces, considering Open DEI building blocks. You will find here in these documents the profile of the participants into the survey, and also some answers regarding the question why building blocks are important, which is the importance of building blocks. We need to consider it in the future. And then we try to provide some guidelines or some insights about when we talk about building blocks, they are just pieces that needs to be integrated in a common way. It corresponds to the instantiation of data spaces, of the building blocks to create data spaces. And for that purpose, we need architectures, we need common procedures. So we make a first introduction to this process. And then, of course, we identify the building blocks and also the different initiatives that has contributed. And finally, very brief show or exposure of the results of the harmonization survey of the data spaces, and also next steps. I suppose that you can scan the code and access. And you will find that for the 12 building blocks, there is a common structure. Is identification of the building blocks, the description, definition, and then some preliminary implementations business case from the different projects and initiatives that answered the survey. And it is not representative, we just pick up some of them. And then we ask these projects and initiatives that provide some feedback, some requirement regarding the building blocks based on their experience. And finally, we just very briefly indicate what DSBA technology conversions directions provide regarding these building blocks. You will realize that they don't have comments for all the building blocks, so this is work in progress. And here you have the link to the catalog where you will find the same structure that I have identified before. Okay. And just to finalize, I want to insist again about the value of Open DEI project. And I have selected this image because it's you can see that is some kind of waves. In the same way when you throw a stone into the water. So maybe the stone is very small, but then the effect on the water is big. So we can see that here in Open DEI, we have made something similar. We have made these small task forces with small assets, but then we achieve a big impact. So for Task Force 1, you can see we identify it at the end of the paper that what is important is make awareness. So you can see here a detailed description of some of the impacts or achievements regarding awareness. For example, the paper was published 1 year ago, and we can estimate, Thorsten, 400, or it was presentations of the paper, and then the convergence. The convergence has been very important because there are different initiatives, different data spaces, but we need to go all in the same direction with the same objective. And then the DSBA, the Data Spaces Business Alliance, convergence on a common goal. And I think it's a very good achievement for all of us and to achieve it. And then, as commented before, the data spaces support. We need to provide support content. So here we have the Data Spaces Super Center, and what we have developed in Open DEI, and I comment from Task Force 1, we have these assets and the building blocks that contribute to that. And finally, what we expect in the future, the development of 1,000 or, data spaces, okay, and deployment. And that's all from my side. Thank you.
Now we go to Task Force 3, digital platform, pilots and standards. The main objective of Task Force 3 is to produce knowledge and tools to foster an effective sharing and assessment of experience and lesson learned in how developing a system supporting digital transformation can be architected across the boundaries of a specific application domain. So the aims is to maximize the technical impact of digital transformation of Open DEI projects and support the project in developing their digital platform. So the task force is composed by a pool of experts in the domain of digitizing Europe industry, and these experts discuss on voluntary basis new opportunities and challenges and consolidate their funding in a white paper. Okay, so how the task force supports the Open DEI project in developing the digital platform along two main iterations. The first iteration is related to an analysis and discussion on reference architecture, interoperability and standard in the domain of digital platform, and the result will be then formalized in a white paper that is a white paper about reference architecture, interoperability framework and standardization in digital platform, and a second iteration that is about the definition and methods and tools for digital transformation assessment, with the production and white paper that is about pilots digital transformation assessment and methodology. So, which are the main contribution of Task Force 3 in Open DEI and in the project of Open DEI? First of all is to create awareness and learn from previous work on reference architecture. So it's not to produce the new standard for developing the digital architecture, but the work started from an analysis of the state of the art of the standard. And the task force help the project in the adoption of the standard, providing a practical guidance to the organization. Then the task force will help in the developing of the digital platform, providing also an overview of open source reusable components that can be used to develop the next generation of a digital platform. And then the task force helps in the evaluation of the digital transformation pathway and achievement of the pilot in the Open DEI ecosystem. Okay, the approach is already said by Sergio, is to pull together a set of experts. We have 44 experts in Task Force 3 that come from Open DEI Consortium and also from Open DEI project in the 4 domain supported by their ambassador. And then we have many external independent technical domain experts. So the task force is based on collaborative innovation, so think tank Open Living Labs principle, leveraging on the heterogeneity role of the actor of the task force and on the different background of the expert. So the coordinator is Fondazione Politecnico di Milano of the task force, but we have also the technical coordinator of Antonio Kung from Trialogue that we will present especially the result of the first iteration of the task force in the afternoon section. So this we can talk about the first iteration of the task force, and this is an overview of the activities that we have performed in the task force. So we have had a lot of interactive workshop where all the contributors of task force have discussed the reference architecture and the interoperability and standard that exist already in the domain. And we have also analyzed how this standard could be applied in the different domain. We have built a first table of content of the white paper, and then we have produced a first version of the white paper that has been presented in IoT Week in Dublin. And we start with disseminated this first draft of the white paper and collective feedback to refine the document. This is the white paper as a result of the task force, and the main objective of the white paper is to provide an overview on how to align digital platform to allow a cross-platform, a cross-domain exchange of data. So we have a first introduction of the white paper, and then we have an overview of the reference standards that exist in terms of reference architecture, interoperability framework, and also some topics about some contents about important topics like semiotic approach, resource management, digital twins in the first part. This first part provides an alignment on reference architecture interoperability standard, and then we see in the next chapter how this alignment can be applied in the different domain. So this is the main contribution of the task force. So you can see that in the first picture we have the current situation, that we have a siloed digital platform, each platform in each domain with a specific methodology and specific architecture. And then we with our task force, we have constructed an architecture for cross-domain system. So you can see that we have building blocks that are unified for domain, and you can use this building block related also to digital twins, for instance, or AI, to build the platform in your domain using also patterns coming from the specific domain. So, which are the main things they provide the white paper is the white paper promote the fact that we have to agree and standardize across domain convergent framework, and this for the architecture and also for the interoperability part of the digital platform. And then that we have to agree and standardize the building blocks in the design of a data space. Silvia have already presented the data space, and we see the different category of building block in a data space, and the task force has contributed in several parts. So we can see that the task force has contributed in providing some contribution in semiotic building block, also in policies in content awareness, and also in interoperability cases. So you can see all the contribution of the task force. This picture represents an overview of a European project position paper. On the left, you can see the starting point of the task force, and you can see the last position papers that have been published during the last month, and the reference architecture interoperability in digital platform coming from the task force complete, so the position paper about data space. So now we can see the iteration 2 related to pilot digital transformation assessment and methodology, and this picture represents the work that we have done in the second iteration. And the second iteration is related to the definition of an impact measurement and benchmark framework and the pilot evaluation. And for this work, we started from previous experience in other projects in the domain of Industry 4.0, and we have extended this methodology and discussed this methodology with the task force, and in particular with the ambassador of the 4 domain, to generate a methodology could be cover also the other domain of apart from manufacturing. And so we have refined the methodology with the help of the ambassador, and we have a first version of the methodologies, and we have produced an online survey for the assessment of the pilots in the 4 domain. And a first version of the white paper about the digital transformation methodology has been produced. The methodology is based, the digital transformation framework is based on 6 pillars that are named product, process, platform, people, partnership, and performance, that are the main characteristics that affect the digital transformation achievement of a project. So the methodology allows to assess the current level of digital maturity of a pilot initiative, the ESIS of the pilot in digital transformation, quantify the desired level of digital maturity that this pilot shall be achieved, that is the to be, and design a specific action plan to fill the gap from the ESIS to be. So this is an overview of the 6 pillar analysis. You can see that each pillar is analyzed in detail. For instance, for partnership, we have that the objective is to support the enterprise join digital ecosystem and digital innovation hub. So each pillar is analyzed in detail. And for each dimension, we have an associated level of maturity from initial to exploit, depending on how the process of digitalization of this particular dimension has been performed. So this is an overview of the approach, of the application of the methodology. So we select a pool of people to involve in the online survey. The people fill in the online survey to define what is the current profile of the pilot, of the enterprise. We define what is the expected profile with the people involved in the survey, and so the roadmap for digital transition is defined. So there are defined the action that shall be done to fill the gap are defined, and a migration roadmap versus the digital transformation is defined. So this is the first work that we have evolving, because we are also starting to consider other characteristics of digital transformation for a digital platform, that replicability and so this is a first step that we will refine in the future. That's all.
So, good morning, everyone. I'm going to go through Task Force 4 of the Open DEI a bit quickly, because it's not easy like other task forces to explain in 15 minutes what we did during all these task forces. But mainly the focus of Task Force 4 is digital transformation business impact. So as Gabriella explained, Sergio explained, and other task force leaders, like other task forces, also Task Force 4 is a think tank of experts, and mainly the objective of the task force is to bring together the expertise competencies of the people in different domains and also cross domains, in order to share knowledge, in order to understand lessons learned, in order to understand best practices, mainly in the case of Task Force 4 for the 2 main perspectives of the drivers and barriers for the adoption of digital platforms, and also the business impact assessment of the digital platforms. So we had basically 3 main objectives within Task Force 4. First of all, we wanted to provide a holistic view of what are the main factors that can act as drivers and barriers for the uptake of digital platforms. So what are the things that can impede, the factors that can impede the adoption of the digital platforms, and what are the factors that can facilitate the adoption of the digital platforms? And then what are some types of action that can be taken in order to accelerate the uptake and overcome the barriers for uptake of the digital platform. The second objective was to develop collaboratively with the task force members a business impact assessment framework, so that we can use this framework to help the projects to improve, let's say, to improve their exploitation plans and to exploit their results in the markets. And finally, of course, we wanted to boost collaborations among different EU projects, EU initiatives, and create a sort of knowledge transfer pool within the task force 4. We had also 2 iterations during task force 4. The first iteration focused on market analysis of European digital platforms. The results was that we had 4 domain-specific SWOT analysis for digital platforms and 1 cross-domain SWOT analysis. Then we basically consolidated these analyses to categorize them as drivers and barriers, and we published them in a position paper that later on I will go through it. The second iteration focused on the impact measurement and benchmark framework. Here we developed the business impact assessment framework and also a set of KPIs and tools that can be then also later used by other projects to do the business impact assessment. In a nutshell, Task Force 4 consists of 25 members. We have 25 members in Task Force 4. They are coming from different environments, meaning that some of them are from the Open DEI project consortium partners, some of them are from the representative of the projects which are in the ecosystem of the Open DEI, and some of them are external experts that are part of the Task Force 4. And these experts are mainly the experts who are specific domain experts, and we also have some cross-domain experts, and this is also very important because we always, of course, want to keep that umbrella of cross-domain activities within the task force. We had several outputs within the first iteration and second iteration of Task Force 4. So in first iteration, we had our market analysis webinar. As I mentioned, we had domain-based SWOT analysis for the 4 domains and a cross-domain SWOT analysis. And we consolidated everything in a position paper of analysis of drivers and barriers for the adoption of digital platforms, which was published in May 2022. In iteration 2, we developed a business impact assessment framework with 42 KPIs, and based on that framework, we ran 2 surveys, one for the projects and one for the companies. Now, we don't have so much time, so I will just go through 2 of these outputs quickly to give you a glimpse of some results that we achieved. So, as I mentioned, we published this open paper, this position paper. You can find it also on the Open DEI website. Feel free to download it and go through it. It has been really a collaborative work. We did it engaging more than 43, I think, authors, and these 43 authors were from 16 or 17 organizations and about 13 EU projects. So here, what we tried to do was to answer to these 2 main questions: that what are the internal and external factors, both in commercial markets and in research and innovation landscape of Europe, that can boost the adoption of the digital platform, or they can impede the adoption of the digital platform. So this was the first question that we wanted to answer in this position paper. And the second one was that what are the specific domain-based factors? And then what are the factors that are common across different domains? And this is under the perspective that also our ambassadors were discussing before, that it has been always very important in Open DEI to keep this cross-domain perspective and to learn from each other in different domains what could be important. So if you go through the paper in different chapters, you can find the domain-specific factors, you can find the SWOT analysis, but I just here put two pictures here and in the next slides about the final chapter of the paper, which clusters everything into drivers and barriers. So we identified 4 main clusters of drivers, technology drivers, such as the technology maturity of the digital platforms, flexibility and agility of technologies that exist currently that could drive and facilitate the adoption of the digital platforms. We identified some market drivers like the shift towards data sharing economy, the existing favorable environments for uptake. There are also some operational and value chain drivers, the need for operational efficiency and the need for value chain integration, for instance. And finally, the drivers from a policy perspective, like Max today morning was mentioning, so the different policies, the different acts that are currently running in Europe, such as CHIPS Act, such as Data Act, the existing of some infrastructure and the political encouragement of these infrastructures, such as digital innovation hubs. So these are all the important drivers to boost the implementation of the digital platforms in Europe. On the other side, there are, of course, barriers for the adoption of digital platforms. And we clustered them into 4 main categories of barriers. Regulatory compliance, such as fraud and safety risk or insufficient level playing field for data protection. There are economic efficiency barriers, such as balancing a scale with fair competition that we have in Europe, or the SMEs, the problem of SMEs inclusion. Then technology barriers, the word that today we heard a lot, the problem of interoperability, and also some problems related to cloud adoption for the platforms. And then again, another word that we heard today quite often, the business and organizational model barrier. So the lack of proper business models for the adoption of the digital platforms, and also the governance model, because when we talk about the digital platforms, we are talking about an environment where different types of stakeholders are engaged and should collaborate. So we really need a consolidated governance model in order to make sure that it goes well. And also some cultural resistances, obviously. So this was briefly really a sort of glimpse of the position paper that we delivered at the end of the iteration 1. Then I would like to jump to iteration 2, also to provide you a quick snapshot on iteration 2. So the main, let's say, asset that we developed within iteration 2 is the business impact assessment framework. And here what we did was that, again, I didn't repeat the methodology, because it's more or less the same with all task forces. So the methodology has been always having a collaborative workshop with task force members to get ideas, and then finally to consolidate these ideas. So we did the same for both iterations. And we developed this business impact assessment framework in 3 layers: the value proposition layer, the financial structure layer, and the value chain layer. And in each layer that you can see in green, in blue, and in yellow, we defined some sub-layers. And why we defined these sub-layers? Because it was a sort of facilitator to help us to define the KPIs for each sub-layers. And so here on the right, you can see the different KPIs that we defined collaboratively with for each sub-layer. In general, we defined around 42 KPIs. These KPIs are both qualitative and quantitative KPIs, aiming only to assess the business impact of the platforms. Why qualitative and quantitative? Because especially when we talk about an aspect such as financial structure, if you don't have a concrete business plan, it's not possible to quantitatively measure the impact and the KPIs. So there we had to put also some qualitative KPIs based on the readiness level of the business plan of the projects. then based on these KPIs, we designed and ran 2 surveys. One survey, we ran it for the ecosystem projects, so you can see them on the left, and another survey we ran it for the companies. And these companies, we ran it for around 70 companies across Europe, in France, Germany, Italy, Spain, and they were mainly companies, let's say medium-sized companies. We have the results in the deliverable of Open DEI, but I just wanted to go very quickly to go through 1 or 2 KPIs per layer to share it with you, so that we can see together what has been the results and what could be some, let's say, understanding or insights for the projects. So in terms of the value proposition and offering, one interesting insight that we got was about the rollout time of the projects and companies versus companies. So you can see here on the left that usually companies roll out their solutions, the digital platforms, in less than 1 year, while this time for projects is 1 to 3 years. So this obviously, if you think about it, it makes sense because companies use an agile way. So they go on with development of the minimum viable product, then they launch it to the market, then they do iterations in order to modify their solution, and they go on like this. While in the projects, it doesn't work like that. So it's quite understandable why it's like that. Then when we look at the innovation level, we can see that more or less both companies and projects are focused to offer some clear improvements in terms of their services and features. So incremental, let's say, innovation, while the share of the projects in radical innovation is more compared to the company. And again, this is explainable because the nature of the projects, of the European projects, are innovation. So they are not here to do something small and then to leave the playground. But what should be, I think, considered for the project here is that it seems that the main playground is the incremental innovation, and there what can be done for the projects and what could be useful for the projects is to try, since the competition is tough with the companies, is to try to add other value propositions, such as what, for instance, Luke was explaining about the social impacts or the environmental impacts that they can offer to their end users. I didn't put it in this presentation, but we had also KPIs about environmental and social impacts. And the interesting findings there was that, in fact, the projects offer platforms and products which are much more sustainable in terms of social and environmental perspectives, while still for companies in the market, it's not on top. So I think this could be really a great opportunities for projects to exploit it when they want to launch and go into the market. Then, from a financial perspective, the analysis showed that mainly a bit more than half of the projects are at the early phase of development of their business plan. So this created some problems for us because we couldn't go quantitatively with them, because when you don't have a concrete business plan, it's impossible to understand the financial impact or the business impacts of your solution. But again, the interesting point here was that out of all the projects that we did a survey for them, 1/3 of them have already identified potential investors for their solutions. If you think about it, this is interesting because usually you try to go to investors when you have a concrete business plan. If you don't have a concrete business plan, no investor talks to you. You know, they want to know that at the end what you bring to them. But this is interesting that although there was not a concrete business plan for half of the projects, at least they thought about who are the potential investors that they can reach to. Of course, one thing that can be improved here, and I think it should be improved by the projects, is really to start early to define their business plan and try to have as much as possible a concrete business plan when they are at the end of, I don't know, year 2 or whatever, and don't put it for the end of the projects, because otherwise it's impossible to go on and talk to the investors. And then about the revenue streams, another thing which could be helpful for projects is that we can see that projects consider more service fee as the main revenue for revenue generation stream, while for companies it's much more diverse, their revenue stream. So they think about data monetization, they think about membership fee, they think about training, and this should be also something interesting also for the project. So when they define their business model, think about other types of revenue rather than only service fee. Think about data monetization, think about training, think about different types of revenue streams that you could have. And about the cost elements, again, one insights that you can see here on the right side is that it seems that since companies are already operating in the market, so they have a more realistic view of the cost, that they have. While projects have this information only based on the more or less a business plan that they have. You see here that it seems that projects overestimate the personal cost and underestimate the logistic costs. So this could be something that maybe it's good that they take into consideration when at the end they want to consolidate their business model. And finally, in terms of the value chain integration, we see that projects are doing well, much more better than companies, and this is again explainable. Projects consist of consortium of different types of stakeholders. Just from their birth, they have different types of stakeholders around. And again, I think this is an important added value that projects should use in order to boost the exploitation of their platforms and solutions into the market. This was really a very quick glimpse of some results of the survey, but again, we have all these figures and charts in the deliverable of Open DEI. But what are the next steps for Task Force 4, and I guess like for every task force in Open DEI projects? We want to understand how can we improve, exploit, and sustain further the results of Task Force 4. This is important for us because we want to ensure the sustainability of the result. So that's why in our afternoon session, we want to have you to collect ideas from you in order to understand how we can go on with this. And then we will also interact with other identified existing initiatives and projects like Data Spaces Support Center, for instance, or other data spaces projects that now have been funded in order to understand that how we can keep this momentum and how we can transfer this knowledge, to other existing initiative to go on with. Yeah, so that was all. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Golboo, and thank you, Gabriella, and thank you, Silvia, for this insights into the task forces. And we have seen that there are really, really tangible outcomes and a lot of things which have been discussed and achieved. Thank you for this. So now we have a break, approximately 1 hour for lunch. But before we do this, I would ask everyone quickly to go outside, and our photographer will make a group picture of us that we can also conserve this moment, please. And after taking the picture, please feel free to go to the lunch.
Hello, everyone. So we would like to resume our discussions of the day. This afternoon, we have we should have had 4 interactive sessions, and we were thinking in the beginning of running them in parallel in two different rooms, and we called them, these 4 interactive sessions, knowledge corners. Now we have like a knowledge room because we have seen that it's probably better to run these discussions one after the other. We also have, as you have heard, one of our important actually beneficiaries and part of Open DEI that has not been able to be with us today. So we will start with let's say with 3 interactive sessions, then maybe we will have a short intervention for the person that has not been able to be here. Maybe she will arrive later. We will start with an interactive session on data spaces, building blocks and assessment co-creation. So this is the work that has been conducted by IDSA and by Silvia Castellvi. So we will have Silvia for 40 minutes animating this discussion. Then we will move to the topic that has been also introduced before by Gabriella and Sergio previously. So we will discuss digital platforms, pilots and standards. And we will have Gabriella and Antonio Kung animating the discussion. And then we will finish with my colleague Golboo for the digital transformation and business impacts. As usual, Golboo has taken care more of the business aspects of the support that Open DEI has been conducting over the past 3 years. The idea here is to have like a conversation. We're not too many, but I invite everyone to intervene, and of course we have microphones, so of course I can't give the mic to anyone who wants to intervene. We will have at the end, we want to do it on time, right? Because we have some constraints also because of flights, etc. So we want to close at 4 o'clock sharp. And then there will be a few words of, let's say, of wrap up from my side. So the idea is not to be too heavy and too long this afternoon. So without further ado, I think, Silvia, you can start with the data space building blocks and assessment and co-creation.
This morning, we saw the results of Task Force 1, and we have seen the importance of DSSC for taking care of these results and continue or initiating the work to define as part of one of the tasks, the building blocks and the blueprint for future data space deployment. So here we have prepared an agenda to be interactive. The first part is get a feedback about this process that we have initiated in Open DEI, and very brief, 10 minutes. So think about when you saw the methodology that we use, the achievements, how you will improve it, which do you think it could be done in a different way, how to increase the impact and the results. Then I will appreciate Mike to come and explain us about the building blocks activities on DSSC, because the Data Space Support Center will continue working and making the assessment of the building blocks. So here, in order to support Mike with this tough activity, we have 3 topics that we can discuss. One is what is needed to be defined and specified in the building blocks that we have identified. The second is who should we address, who should we consider? This morning, talking with Alberto, I realized that there is one interesting CSA. Maybe you can explain us about the activities and commitment and why this CSA is important for Data Space Support Center. And finally, what data spaces implementators expect from DSSC regarding the building blocks, how they can use these building blocks, which is the format, and then we wrap up. So just starting very quickly, I provide you a very summary of the achievement of how we achieve these results. Here you have the projects, the companies, data spaces initiatives that contributed. So you see that we have 40 entities registered, but just half of them really contributed to the survey. And you can see the profiles, so the projects are the most contributors. I I just want to remember that the objective of these activities was to review the building blocks defined on the first stage, and then for each building blocks we did an assessment in order to identify the components, the technologies, the use cases that project has implemented for the 12 building blocks, and finally identify recommendations. And one important activity is align what we are doing here with the DSBA Technical Convergence Working Group from Data Spaces Business Alliance. They have just published a document. You can find on the Open DEI document the link to this document. And it's important that we consider the proposals into the definition of the building blocks. So, very quickly, the methodology is very easy. A survey, organize workshops, inputs from experts, and then two results. One is a report, and another one is a catalog in GitHub for building blocks. How you will improve this process, what is missing, what you will do in a different way, and is GitHub a good platform? Do you feel comfortable with it for the building blocks catalog? And this is part of the process. Here you can see that there are some building blocks, this one related to governance, that more information is needed. So we are lag behind on the definition of that, so DSSC will need to work on that. And then we can see the different projects in which building blocks has contributed. And as an example of the results, we can map technologies components. Are really the technologies components important for the building blocks? Or the specifications, the requirements? So these kind of things should be addressed on the future activities of DSSC. And based on the results, I want to ask you to provide very quickly, 5 minutes, some contributions, some inputs, different ways to do the job, or what you will do in a different way.
Hello, my name is Karel Charvat, and I am here as a partner of Let's Project, a partner of Demeter Project, but I am also member of Plan for All Association, and I am also part of OGC Agriculture Working Group, so I will speak mainly to agriculture. As there are some very important topics which differ agriculture from other three domains which was discussed. Yes, first is that not food industry. Food industry is different, but agriculture, it is mainly based on small and usually micro enterprises. Yes, so that people who are final user of knowledge or information are usually not able to manage the data, to manage the things. They need to have some intermediator, some advisor who is between farmers and all this infrastructure. Second important topic in agriculture is that in reality, not all but most data which is needed already exist. Yes, but these data are distributed on many places. Producer of machinery. They are collecting data from the machinery, so a lot of data about farm is in the spaces from John Deere, Echo, mainly company from US, some also in Europe. We have a DIASYS platform, which are able to supply us with satellite data. Yes? So this is other things what is important. They are databases of chemical producer and others. So most of the data in some way exists, and what is important to be able from this data to derive the knowledge and to speak with the farmer. And farmers are usually very conservative. They need to have anybody who is near to them. So there is necessary not only thinking about the huge platform, but we need to thinking how we can harmonize and synchronize data, because every producer, there is hundreds of companies producing IoT technology. Every producer of IoT technology has its own protocol, yes. So it is a very difficult way to be able to integrate this data. But what we need to have some solution, and we need to have people as advisor, broker, who will be able to manage this data and speak with the farmers in some collaborative way about their decision, because on other side farmers hate black boxes. Yes, if you will give them some black boxes, giving him do this and this, farmer will never accept this.
Thank you, Carl. Very good point. Yeah, I think Sergio.
Yes, Sergio Gusmeroli, Politecnico Milano. So I have one comment. So first of all, it depends the purpose on the purpose the building blocks are going to be used. I see two main purposes. One is for developers, and the other is for system integrators, which are very close to the end users. And this is a big difference, because for developers we could also be open. We could have open source. We do not care too much about the TRL of the building blocks, in the sense that we could also have low TRL building blocks. Because it is the developer who knows if they are going to use a low TRL building block or a high TRL building block. If you are speaking about system integrators who are going to offer solutions to the end users, we need to have assessment and certification. Because otherwise, if we put it completely open, in a few weeks we will have it full of garbage. And so we need to put in place some assessment and certification for this second part. For the first part, we could also keep it quite open and also low TRL. For the second part, we need just to have assessed, certified, and high TRL solutions, implementations of the building blocks.
Thank you, Sergio. Good point. And it's a perfect question, perfect comment, because then I will ask Mike to come to the States, and we move to the next question. Any other questions for this point? If not, Mike, maybe, yeah, you talk about this life cycle of the building blocks. So, Mike, I think you already have considered, and you can explain us, please.
Yes, indeed. And I fully recognize your comment. And I think it's very important to consider what is the quality we also want to achieve with such a catalog or a blueprint. Because if we make it too open and everyone can put their services in there, then it will be full of commercial solutions which might not be fully up to the level of quality we would like. So that's why for the Data Space Support Center, at least we came up with such a process, and it's still very early, of course. We only started 2 weeks ago, but to give a little bit more context, we try to first do the identification and sourcing of all the different types of building blocks. Not only the technical building blocks. So I think Open DEI, there are already a lot of very useful implementations of technical building blocks, but we also want to take a look at the governance building blocks, the legal building blocks. Are there, for example, standard contracts you could use as a rule book for a data space? These types of things we all want to identify. Then indeed, Sergio, as you mentioned, there will be a phase of testing and approval, because we cannot just accept all the solutions. So we need to have a certification process in place. And preferably, we also want to align the different member organizations' certification process, like the IDSA, like Gaia and FIWARE. Can we, for example, make it possible that if you're IDS certified, that you're also certified for Open DEI or for Data Space Support Center? So these types of things we are also considering. It's still quite early. So we don't have the full answer yet, but this will in the end lead to a blueprint with a certain version, but we will not produce one blueprint. We will at least have 4 versions which will be continuously improved. So there will be an agile way of working, so to say. And then the most important step is the communication again, which will of course result into more identification and sourcing of new components, because it's all related to each other. And maybe one additional point to name is that we currently identified seven topics we want to focus on the blueprint. The first 4 are one-to-one mappings to the Open DEI categories. So the data trust, for example, the interoperability, the semantics, data value creation, the legal building blocks. But also we want to specifically focus on a federation of data spaces, because of course it's mentioned within Open DEI, but I think we need some additional efforts as well. Finally, also the adoption process, how we want to enable this will also be one of the topics for discussions. And finally, also business models. So what's the business model of a data space? What's the business model for such a IT provider, integrator? We discussed today what's a business model for end user. So these types of discussions we also want to raise. So in these 7 topics. And that's a way also to involve the community in our blueprint in the upcoming couple of years. So I hope also this clarifies a bit for your question.
This is Angelo Morgui from engineering. I know that probably it's too early at this stage, Mike, but I'd like to understand better which is the envisaged approach for testing and approval. Testing, do you mean, I would say, a sort of checklist approach that the solution provider, the building block owner should follow in order to assess the technical capacity of the building block, or even, I would say, something more on the quality, especially if they are open source, the quality of the solution. Then the approval. You mentioned that the different associations behind the DSSC have already some certification processes behind. But do you think that it's worth to work toward a unique certification, trying to merge all the certification processes between the different approaches? Or again, you will be, I would say, more inclusive, taking, I would say, for granted that if you get a certification from one of these processes, you will, I would say, mature enough to be part of the blueprint and then ready for delivery?
Yeah, thank you. These are excellent questions, and we don't have all the answers yet, of course, but regarding your first remark, the testing, I think the most focus will be on whether your solution, your tool, your service is compatible with the technical specifications as part of the blueprint. So we will first work on the more conceptual descriptions, and there will be a test whether the service is compliant with this, to also ensure interoperability between the building blocks. I think this is very much part of the testing phase. There will also be so-called toolkits available, so environments where you can play around with all kinds of technologies already present, to also ensure that your technology can also work together with these building blocks. So that's the first part. And regarding the approval, you're completely right that we should not make yet another certification scheme, because we get tired of all the certification we can do. But how to integrate all these different types of certifications, this is still for discussion. But I for sure hope that we can integrate them in some kind of way and not create yet another certification process.
Thanks. Hi, I'm Gerard with iShare, as you all know. One remark on testing in general and the whole approval structure. I think it's key to understand that, well, data spaces and especially trust is not only based on technology, it's also legal, it's also procedural. So I would really, well, say fight for the addition of also that aspect into the whole process and take care of that. And of course, with iShare Foundation, we do a lot of that stuff. So we'd love to contribute also. We're also part of the DSSC, but we'd love to bring that forward. So wanted to bring this into the discussion.
Thank you, Gerard. Excellent comment. And indeed, 3 of the 7 topics we are raising are not technical at all. They are about legal, business models, governance. So definitely want to ensure that your comment is taken into account. So thanks.
Again, about this testing, I think that I like such approach like is now used in EU Hub for Data, where these different hubs are offering different components, different services, and the testing is not done on the level of the producer, but on the level of SME who are entering into this process and doing. Because, okay, again, I am speaking mainly about agriculture, manufacturing will be different, but in agriculture, most of the development is done by SMEs, yes? And how to attract SMEs to go to some catalogs, to some repositories, yes. If I am asked SME, okay, I can look on some things on Phosphor-G, I can look on some open sources software, and usually I am able to recognize if the software fit to my work or not. Yes, so there is here what I see here as the problem that the most of this work is done by usually big companies, big industry. Until now, there is very low involvement of SME, and I think that it could be a problem for future.
Yeah, thank you. A very valid comment. And luckily, we do have the experience of data spaces already out there with hundreds of SMEs connected to them. But exactly your comment is crucial, because it's not about all these SMEs getting tested or certified. It's about having such a data space in general being certified, or the technology providers, those large companies you mentioned, that they can be certified and also certify their members, so to say. And yeah, we have now companies using data spaces which aren't even aware that they're using data spaces technologies, because they just purchase a service and that's how they make use of it. And I definitely want to ensure that not everyone should know all this information into detail. So thank you for this comment.
Yeah, Marc Lange from ETEL. We work on the healthcare sector with working with Luc. Interesting drawing, but what I'm missing in this drawing, or what I'm observing first, is that all the arrows are going in one direction. So there is no, I don't see any learning curve. And of course the users, and beyond the users being the data integrator that Sergio mentioned, these are not the sectors themselves. These are not in our sector, the clinicians, the hospitals. They are even outside this. But even from their side, they will also have input to give in order to either create new building blocks or to refine them. So that's something I'm missing here.
Yes, you're completely correct. This is a very oversimplification of the reality, and I fully recognize that it's not only the community of practice, but also the broader network of stakeholders, also the end users, which are not even directly connected to this blueprint, should be taken into account. So, thank you. Thank you. Maybe in the back as well.
1 second.
Yeah, Roode from DigiConnect. I think the drawing is nice. I hear a lot about certification, which could be quite an overhead for the whole process. And I wonder, particularly talking about SMEs, bringing the SMEs into the picture, is they need orientation. I think catalog is nice. Certification could give them some hints, but I think to what extent you keep the knowledge about where do the building blocks come from? So what are the main use cases where they're already used? And eventually, which are the parties behind who could support you in using the building blocks? I think this, to be part of the ecosystem, basically. At the end of the day, the question is always you make or buy. So if you have building blocks that are certified, which indicates, well, you can use them out of the shelf, but then you want to be sure that you can use it. And if you have problems, to whom you could ask to get some help. I think the problem of the SMEs and the small ones is particularly relevant. That you have some history of building blocks who got popular in some sectors or by some SMEs or by some service providers, which then gives you more confidence that the building block is useful for me and it's not just a certified thing, and then at the end it's too complex. How do you track that chain?
It's a good question, and I think that's why we definitely lead the collaboration also with the domain-specific CSAs and the domain-specific data spaces, because I think a lot of these trusted partners, these trusted integrators, they are part of a certain domain or multiple domains, and they can make the translation of these abstract building blocks, which might not be the concern of all the end users, but to really implement it and use it in a certain use case within a domain. And I think there we need to make the mapping between the service provider, so to say, the companies actively supporting end users in order to connect to a data space, and more the technology providers which can create building blocks. These might not be the same, and I think especially the mapping to the different sectors, there we will encounter different types of IT integrators which can help with this job. So yes, good comment, thank you.
Okay, Antonio, from a standardization viewpoint and what I see the trend, we have two issues to take into account. Actually, not only for data space, but in particular for data space. One is an understanding of the ecosystem. So it's very rare. I don't see many standards where this is put forward. And of course, you have the governance, the governor data space of all the stakeholders. Who is responsible for what? Okay. And this is where I think there was a question about organizational and things like that. So actually, when it comes to compliance, you just cannot check the compliance of the platform, but also of the ecosystem. So actually, the compliance is about compliance of a solution in a context. And the context includes organizational, technical, all things, okay? So the blueprint should, to me, include those understanding, because otherwise we say, do this, while actually the problem is there. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And the last question, Sergio, because...
Yes, I take some of the comments. So first of all, what Mark said. So we need some champions, some best practices and success stories certified, some sort of trip advisor of the building blocks, because maybe from it, with the loops that Mark said. Mm-hmm. And so this monodirectional and very technical testing and approval is maybe not enough. Second point is to be sure that we have the support team. And this is very, very important, because maybe one solution could be maybe less mature than another, but if there is a team behind it, but if there is a very fast changing, very fast version control, version improvement, bug fixing, and all this stuff, then maybe this solution is more promising than another solution, which maybe is at the first stage more tested and approved, but maybe there is no community behind, and the version is 2 years old, and nobody is caring about updating, and nobody is caring about improving it.
Yeah, thank you. Indeed, a very valid comment. And I think regarding your first comment, we can definitely learn also from Open DEI on how to set this up. For example, the ambassadors, as you explained this morning, you had ambassadors per sector. Maybe we need ambassadors per category of the blueprint to really put forward a phase of also a focal point of questions and comments and feedback to also ensure this loop, as you mentioned, that it's not only one directional feedback. So very, very valid comment indeed.
No, if I may, I know it's time, but just because it's very relevant for what Sergio just mentioned right now. If we just take an example in the healthcare sector of the connectors, which were needed in order to share data in a regional or national health records, you've seen two strategies. Sometimes you have national authorities who said, well, we define the requirements, and once the requirements, the job is done. And we leave it to the private sector to provide a connector. And actually, this was absolutely not supported by a wide community who said, this is not fair. You are transferring costs to us while we are working for societal value. And so they changed. They said, although your solution, and there is a solution in the market, we don't want to use it. And so they created their own solution, which was not mature, but which was developed exactly what you
described, which is now used in 60% of Belgian hospitals.
Again, as I SME, if I'm selecting some components, I am looking on GitHub and looking what is the response, how many tickets is open, how fast people are reacting, and this is giving for me the best certification about concrete product.
Yeah, I do have to disagree with you, because I don't think SMEs in the end will take a look at GitHub for these building blocks. I think there will be technology providers, domain-specific ones, which will integrate these building blocks into data spaces and then offer services for connecting to these data spaces. But I don't think all the end users will directly have to develop all these building blocks themselves. I think there will be many services around, but that of course might depend on your domain and your type of customers you're having.
But for example, European Commission invests a lot into DIAS platform. But 80% of the companies, or 90 who are developing end application, are not using this DIAS platform. They are downloading the data into their infrastructure and developing their application and their own infrastructure. Because to use DIAS is too expensive.
Indeed, so we need companies which can really provide industrial grade software based on a common standard. So I think that's a key message for me. So thanks a lot.
Thank you everybody for great contributions.
I think we can now move to, before going to Carmen, I think I'd like first of all to thank Silvia, to thank Mike de Roode, and those who animated this session. I'd like to move now to the sessions on digital platforms, pilots and standards. So perhaps Antonio, you can come on stage, and we will hear from Antonio and the work that he's been carrying out on behalf of Open DEI, together with Gabriella, Sergio, and of course others. And again, I very much appreciated the discussions, the interactive discussions, so do not be shy, and let's have another 40 minutes of discussions around this topic.
We have a reconfiguration. It was 1 hour, now it's 40 minutes plus more discussions. I tried to have a shorter things, and actually we were supposed to have a remote presenter. He kindly sent me a 4 minutes 26 video, so I will show it to you, okay? So I want to talk about Task Force 3, which was about this report on having a common digital platform, okay? And so I just want to show the context is that, so this is the previous version. You have a better cover page now, okay? It was shown this morning, okay? And so what is very important here, I want to highlight, is the participants included domain stakeholders, then solution providers, okay? So people, and also standardization people, okay? And we must not forget them, because actually when you want to standardize, it takes a number of years. So you have to anticipate and to integrate them in the thinking, okay? So socialize with them, and they are long-term guys. So if you discuss with them solutions that you have in mind, but it's not clear, they will get interested and they will help work with us. So I would just want to highlight that those were the authors, and I put on the left those who are working on standardization. Okay. Some of them, 2 or 3, are working on both. Okay, for instance, myself, I'm working on standardization, but also on European projects. Okay, so just want to show a list of people who only work on standardization and who were willing to discuss with us. Okay, so I don't want to get into details, but some people in health, Bernd Blobel, a Korean person. Well, some of you know him, okay? Obviously, this guy, okay? So a Korean guy that is working on resource identity interoperability, so it's a major item for data space, actually. Costa Rica guy working on cybersecurity assurance of complex systems. Another German guy working on data provenance, very interesting. And, well, someone else, okay? Okay, so, and the idea is actually what do we have in common, and yet allowing domain-specific aspects. So this construction was showed by Gabrielle this morning, okay? And so what we do is we do it and we engage the standardization because they have the same problem, not only for data space, by the way, but for everything, okay? So you have to start with unified building blocks. So now I'm using the term that we use because they don't use the term building block. But anyway, building block is a nice term, okay? So, and then we construct, we have technology building blocks, and we get to the specialization domain building block, because at the end of the day, the domain must recognize what it needs. Okay, so you need to construct from the most generic part to the very specific part. Okay. So yeah, so this is an example. Sorry, it's my preferred domain. It's energy. So of course you have a common unified block. Then you go on top and you see that I'm mentioning SCAM because SCAM is fully adopted in the energy domain. And it's going to be very hard to change because it's very useful, okay? And it meets exactly the need of this. So we need to construct so that at some point, those guys find back the SCAM, okay? But yet, we have common aspects related to the platform so we can exchange in a federated way, okay? So what we did also, so this is only a snapshot because it relates to the people who are working with us, the European projects, and they provided a number of building blocks, okay? Some of them directly come from European projects, but some of them come from elsewhere. So I want to just mention the semiotic because Gabriella was trying to, even the term is hard to pronounce, semiotic approach, okay? Basically, when you drive, you see lots of signs, okay? So stop signs, danger, and things like that. Those are symbols, okay? And what we realize is to understand the map, you need the symbols, okay? And what we believe is for data space, we will need those symbols. And you better standardize them so that we agree that when we see something, okay, this is about privacy, this is about this is about that, okay? So, and they are pushing for this, and I would say that this is typically something on which we could agree for the common signs that everyone uses in a data space. Okay, that's why I was mentioning this because I think it's important. I'll mention a few others later. Okay, because I need to go fast. So that's for the architecture. Now for interoperability, it's the same. So you need to have an understanding of where you have interoperability. If you don't do this, you create counter-effective interoperability points. So you want to have interoperable here, but actually it's not the right place. Okay, so we need to have an approach where we say where we have interoperability. And of course, you justify this by why. Okay, so the where is interoperability points, the why is interoperability cases. Okay, where you justify, and then the how. The how is, so you explain the solution. So I'm going to use this solution of DSBA. I'm going to use the connector, sorry, of IDSA to use it. Okay, so this is the how. Okay, but everything must be there. Otherwise, if you just give the how, people do not know the purpose. So we need to work this. Okay. So I give an example, which is actually from a initiative called the Spatial Web Foundation, where they thought, okay, when it comes to interoperability, you have not just what we believe, you have many other things, identities, activities, spaces and places, and things like that, okay? And this is an initiative which is one initiative, so we are not sure whether it will win, but it's interesting to consider. And they've been working in a European project called Flying Forward. Okay. It's okay. is a policy, you cannot fly over. Third one, sorry. Okay, so what is interesting here, it's a building block, and I ask Philippe Saillet, what kind of building block you are focusing on? So he says policy and context awareness, okay? And it's very much policy oriented, okay? And the building blocks is elegantly, so I'm selling his stuff, okay? That he says, okay, we need a language and we need a protocol. That's it. Okay, so when we do this, we can implement. So it's a typical building block, and I think the message is we need to express our building block in such a simple manner so that actually the engineer is convinced that this is what he's doing, and the policymaker understands and say, okay, we need to push. Okay, so this is an example of a good way of, let's say, pushing a building block in the future data space. Okay. So also it's very complicated. You saw that they are providing some other dimensions, and here I put some other dimension. You can recognize ecosystem, organizational aspects, okay, which you need to take on board. So the important thing is that at the end of the day, you have interoperability profiles. So things that you can use and readily execute, and it works, okay? But it's always because there is a case. There is a justification and agreement. If you don't have a case, you cannot use it, okay? So it's just as simple as that. We need to standardize the case, okay? And agree of them, okay? It could be a lower level, a domain level, a cross level. If we're standardized, then we have it, okay? And this is the major project of standardization in data space, to me. At the end of the day, we have the solutions, but we have the cases and the profiles, and then it flies, okay? So how do we make a case? So I have to give publicity to what we're doing elsewhere, so interconnect. So there is a SARF. SARF is semantic interoperability, and when they build the things, it takes a long time. So at the end of the day, you have a deliverable that is very complex. You have lots of SARF specification, and but you do not know that before you get to that, you need to have agreements, and this is what is being done there. Okay, This is a presentation that was made by Interconnect on the semantic interpretability framework. It's quite long, so I'm going to only show a few slides, okay? So basically, they were working on this, and they thought, okay, we need to see how two platforms can interpret. It's on energy, but energy plus smart buildings plus smart homes. So there is some cross-domain stuff, okay? And basically, they said we need to have a data model agreement, okay, which is the interoperability point, okay? Then, so you have the solution, let's switch. Then you have ontologies, what's the role? Well, they help define the interoperability profile, okay? That's it. Okay. So the good thing is we use something that is well known, SARF, okay? And there is a standard there, okay? And then there is the interoperability case, which is rather complex here, but really you define the reason why you have interoperability. And therefore you create a solution. But here, so we went very far in Interconnect, so we are integrating AI here, and there is something you see below, reasoning and knowledge. And this would be, of course, one of the building blocks that hopefully Interconnect will promote, okay? And they came up with something called, okay, I'm going to switch that one, called the knowledge engine, okay? So where actually you have AI, okay? So this is another example of building block. It might not be the solution that everyone uses, but at least it's someone you put in the 12 building blocks, and then you compare, and then you decide you can compete, and then something happens, okay? Last thing I want to mention is identity management. And we also saw that in the DSBA, they started with verifiable credential, okay? So here it's complex because basically if you have IoT, you need to be able to identify all the resources, okay? And there are a number of properties: uniqueness, flexibility, persistency, reuse, scalability, verifiability, authentication, and unlinkability. So this is standard 3181, which is just starting, okay? So they made a study of fireware, 1M, 2M, all those things, and they started this, okay? Now it's about time for us to contribute there, okay? So I'm making a call to all projects from IoTI, BDVA, to contribute there, because if we don't contribute, it's not going to be our solution. It's going to be someone else, okay? So it's very important that we engage into standardization. Okay, so I'm done, and I want to ask you a few questions. I had a Slido, but I'm not going to use it. My first question was, do you know which cross-domain is the most important? So we have 4, and the combination of 2 to 4 is 6. So we have only 6 cases, okay? So we have agri-health, agri-manufacturing, agri-energy, health manufacturing, health energy, manufacturing energy, okay? So I ask you this question, and maybe it's a dumb question, maybe you can just react about my question, okay? So what do you think, okay? And I would say, personally, energy is everywhere. So already energy is top priority. Health is yeah, exactly. So for instance, you go to manufacturing and you are caring about the health of the workers, right? Okay, the conditions, well-being, and things like that. Okay. So do you have other comments to make about that? Okay. Agree.
It depends what do you mean by importance.
So my question is, will we have a need for cross-domain interoperability between health and manufacturing? Okay, so and so the
it's a question. Thank you, Antonio. It's a question of objective. When looking, and Luc mentioned it, when looking at from a health perspective, there is a lot of discussion since years and decades about what we call the health determinants, which are simply saying that our health is induced, is connected to pollution, to environment, to workplace, and to mobility and geographical elements. So in fact, to pursue a good health of the population, to improve the health of the population, we need healthcare need to be connected to a lot of different other domains.
Exactly.
Not a single one, but a lot.
Yeah, exactly. Because otherwise, you cannot detect that in this condition, the health is not good because it provokes things. Okay, that's it. Okay, so health is everywhere. Thank you. Okay, manufacturing. So yes, also okay. So what with the agriculture? What about agriculture?
I think it is both connected with health, in particular under the nutritional point of view. So when you speak about nutrition, you are speaking about food products. And also, absolutely, agriculture is also connected with energy, because now we have topics such as, for example, waste, which will feed biogas fermenter for producing new energy. Agrovoltaic is something very, very important. And manufacturing, absolutely, because if we see the food system, we start from the farm to the fork. So absolutely, well, something which is very important is to consider food production as manufacturing, absolutely.
Yes. Okay.
And so agriculture and agri-food system is connected with all the other sectors.
So Luc wants to say something interesting.
Yeah, it's funny because one of the use cases, for example, the large-scale pilots is health and energy altogether also, because basically, basically the control of temperature in a house, for example, and the amount of energy used is actually connected to a number of diseases where you need. So there are many things we are not aware of where connection can be made. So it's.
Okay, so I want to say, I ask this question because the next day I'm going to standardization. I'm going to say, yes, I need cross-domain interoperability, but say why? Okay, and I need to have examples. So we have recorded this, and I will provide those examples. Okay, someone else? Okay, so I want to get to the next question, which is a bit my own preference. So, what kind of interoperability framework should we focus on? Do we have a priority? So actually I said select one. So the vertical interop is actually what we just do normally, okay? But you have the horizontal interoperability where actually you have data space, AI, digital twin, IoT. I think I put them together. And then you have the ecosystem interoperability, so cross-domain, cross-geography, resource management, interoperability points. And the organizational interoperability, governance, human, fair, and compliance. So can you react? Is there something, should we go with preference and maybe we should adopt all of them? Well, what's the situation? Okay, I'm going the floor to Mark.
In the healthcare sector, we have created a reference framework for interoperability with 6 different layers, which include the political, legal, semantic, technical, and I don't remember the other one, but six level, and even there was even some. So we cannot not do interoperability from a user perspective. Now, if we are from a developer and data integrator perspective, that's another story. But from an end user perspective, we cannot ignore one of these 4, and there are more than that.
Yeah, okay. Thank you very much. And I want to say that organizational ecosystem, I always think, are a little bit neglected. Okay, in particular in standardization, we don't see them well. Okay, and I have to confess, yes, health is always more mature than others. And you read the documentation, they are one step ahead in general. Okay,
it's a big surprise for us to discover that. But
yeah,
I agree with you.
Yeah. Okay. Other remarks? Yeah, Luc.
Want to keep the healthcare sector the center. No, but I mean, clearly with the large-scale pilots, once again, what we see is that system of system is really, really important. And that was said by Anto, you just said it, for the ecosystem, basically. And we are wasting a lot of time and resources, in my opinion, today, in developing again and again with a lot of money, new platforms, which actually are not worth the money you invest in. They are not creating new value. They are just redoing the same stuff, redoing the same studies, reusing even the technology which was already used. So that's much too slow. That's again, we have a major issue today to create an ecosystem. So my personal feeling is that you need to start to work with platforms who already have a very high integration potential. because they are already adopted, and you need to slowly help those platforms to be more generic, to be more flexible, and to integrate also horizontal interoperability. So we need to start from vertical integration, but integrate horizontal interoperability in a global ecosystem. That's my personal
So
view.
is that the objective of the Data Space Support Center, to do that?
Sorry?
It's the objective of the Data Space Support Center's action to do that. Okay. Now I'm looking at Mike. Yeah. Angelo, go ahead.
Can I add another comment? It's too technical. I know that this task force is for digital platform. I know.
That's me.
I think that we are still missing two important drivers that are the human. So how we interpret the cognition aspect, load, whatever, and also the business value that we can add out. Is there? Thanks. And the business value?
No, the business value.
How to interpret it again, which is the meaning that we give to the value, how we can incorporate.
It should be the value. Okay, so I will add this next. Actually, the report is already published, so for next version. Okay. Okay. So the last thing is, again, technical, because I wanted to go into this thing that is, I have only seen the Korean people do it. And they studied 1M, 2M, the IIC, all those approaches, fireware, okay? And so they think that we need to agree on a unique IoT resource identification, structured so that actually you are sure that when you access a resource, you have a name, okay? It's like a URL, okay? And once we do this, you can use it in a data space. So I haven't seen that clearly stated, except for the notion of verifiable credential, which is the tool that you use to connect different application or data space, okay, to make sure that then it's trustworthy, okay. So I think we need to work on this, and I have to confess, if you do standardization, so here it's the IoT. You have to go to SC27 because that's where you have identity management. I'm discussing with the SBA on that. I have a meeting with Jose Ruiz last week on that, and he will write a statement, and we check whether we can do something out of it. Okay. So my question to you is: do you agree with the properties, or do you think something is missing? This is from the Korean guy, okay? So I just put his text, okay? Mark, again.
Sorry. For my own education, I would like to understand what means unlinkability in this context. But before that, why ID management only for IoT?
So the second question is, yes, you're right. It's not only for IoT. So we could extend, okay? The first question, unlinkability, I use this term on purpose because you identify resources that data, and you don't want to connect this data to personal individual for privacy reasons. Okay? So, for instance, I'm collecting the data from a smart meter. Okay? It's very easy today in France when you have this to check who is behind, because you have a unique address, and EDF has a database. So unlinkability.
Okay, okay. Anonymization, pseudonymization, things like that. Okay,
exactly.
Easy.
Someone else? Yeah. So yes, I agree that it has to go beyond IoT. And this is another issue of standardization, is we are also fragmented per technical domain. Okay, so SC42 AI, SC41, also you have IoT and digital twin, and you have security, architecture, but we used to work like this, and we do not know how to intermix. Okay, so we are as bad in standardization than European projects, but we have support action in European projects. We don't have support action in standardization, so we need them. Okay. Merci. I'm done. Okay.
Thank you very much. Thanks a lot. A big applause. So Antonio, always to the point. So thanks very much indeed for this interactive session, and thanks for the questions as well. Now, Golboo, you ready? You can have another few minutes. We are nearing the end. So we are going to talk about business impacts now of course, digital transformations, but here we are going to be much less technical and more business oriented. So I think we have a few slides and again a few questions.
Thank you, Giorgio. Yes, we are going to discuss together about Task Force 4, the digital transformation business impact that we saw some results in the morning session. Here is the agenda. This is based on the previous timing, so don't worry about the timing. I will very quickly now in 5 minutes just do an introduction and recap of the Task Force 4 results. And the reason is that I would really like to give the floor to Andrea Jester, who is one of the task force members that today is in Brussels with us, and I would like him to explain about the impact of Task Force 4 and also what he thinks about the exploitation of the results in future. And then we would like to discuss together about some questions that how we can ensure the sustainability of these results and how we can go on with transferring of this knowledge with other existing initiatives and projects. So as I said here in this session, we will focus mainly on two outputs of Task Force 4. The one is the position paper with the drivers and barriers that we discussed. And then the second one is the business impact assessment framework. So the KPIs and the layers that we have defined within the business impact assessment framework. What we want to achieve today, as I mentioned, we want to collect the ideas about the future exploitation and improvement of the Task Force 4 results. So these are some example questions that we would like to have some ideas from you. What do you think are the shortcomings that we can recover? What can be improved in these results, for instance, in terms of KPIs, in terms of the implementation of the KPIs? What are the opportunities that you see in your environment that we can use in order to transfer this result, and what are the possible, let's say, what are the possible ways that we can create this synergy with other existing initiatives. So this is, let's say, the overall perspective. I will leave it now to Andrea Jester to tell us about his point of view. Thank you, Andrea.
Thank you, Golboo.
Sorry, but I think I forgot to put your cover slide.
No, no problem. Absolutely. I mean, don't care about it. So thank you very much. I will keep it quite short. I'm Andrea Jester. I'm one of the owners of Nero Su Bianco. Basically, we are usually acting as exploitation and business exploitation managers within R&D projects. And I had the pleasure to work in Task Force 4, invited by Luc. Actually, it happened occasionally because Hülsmann AI, which is the project focused on digital health, where we are not only working on the business plan of the platform, but also on the business plan of the 8 pilots which are anchored to the platform, which is quite challenging, I have to admit. It was already anchored to Open DEI, and then I contacted Luc exactly for the reason why, I guess, Task Force 4 was established. So I was looking for a group to exchange views and ideas on, how to properly work on business models and sustainability plans for digital platforms, and trying at the same time to avoid that partners reinvent the wheel. I perfectly agree with you. We have so many things out there that need to be exploited that sometimes it is more a matter to understand why you started the story rather than trying to put another chapter to an existing one. And actually, I have been contributing to the position paper, but see me as also as a beneficiary of what you have done. Because you see these other projects, these are also running projects, they are not connected and related with Open DEI, but I have been sharing the position paper with them. So a couple of messages that you will see here are not only based and not only coming from the Hülsmann AI, so the healthcare domain, but from agricultural domain, mobility, which is actually not represented here, maritime industry, and agricultural industry, again, another healthcare project, and digital skill platforms. So this is sort of mixed. And so the exploitation of tasked for 4 results. The first one is the position paper. I loved it personally very much, not only on working on that, but because there were many domains in there. And actually what was really fun in that was to jump from the healthcare perspective into the other one and see how we could learn also from a sustainability point of view from each other. And one thing, how to exploit it, I focused on the barriers, not because we should exploit the barriers, but because we should find ways to reduce them. And one of the things that also the other partners or stakeholders I've been talking to, what they would like to see, maybe from time to make it a living document, is to see if there are concrete actions which are tackling the challenges and the needs and the barriers that you have identified. So that a sort of, a permanent monitoring starting from a work that has been done, which was really great because it focused on 4 big, even economic relevant domains. And let's see if these barriers that have been identified can be coped with concrete actions, be there project or initiatives or further developments of things that you have identified. This would be the first thing that I and the people I've been working with would recommend to make it a permanent, valuable document. The second thing is the business impact assessment framework. We also shared the concept internally, and I personally changed the wording and the way we are going to develop the business models and the business plans in Hosmatai, adopting also the language and later on the KPIs that you have suggested. And one of the things that would be great, and you mentioned it already, is to put this impact assessment framework as early as possible in any kind of project. I mean, not only in digital platform projects. And I personally have to struggle, usually, if I'm asked to jump in project when the exploitation part starts in month 12 or 14 and ask, hey, it's already too late. And they tell me, but we don't have the product. Yes, but you know why you are developing the product. So how can we, let's say, convince also big projects which are focused on maybe taking out most of the value out of digital platforms to start this business analysis as early as possible, and how to keep it close to the market. I mean, the market can be the patients, but can be the companies. Whatever is the reason why you started to create or reshape a platform, right? Because if we ask ourselves, and sometimes I ask when we do the business sessions, why did you do it? And the answer is always taken either from the application form or from a pitch. And they tell me, well, if you looked at the pitch, you will know why. Yes, but if you don't remember that sentence, it means to me that you don't know why you started this kind of process and this kind of work. So, and the second thing was also, so we have basically discussing the 3, I call it pillars, or value proposition, financial structure, and value chain. On the financial structure, I will come later on, because I also think that that is very important. But before that, again, to the framework, I would like to open 3 questions. It was very interesting that you have been dealing with 4 domains. I labeled them to mostly private manufacturing, to mostly public healthcare, but just because we are here in domains where we already have platforms, we may have in the future additional platforms, the freedom to move is quite different. And so the questions that we are trying, for instance, to answer in the project is, will at a certain point the ownership of the platform make a difference? Is it different if SAP comes to you and says they have a brilliant platform for the manufacturing industry, or if Andrea Jester comes with a very brilliant stuff and tries to sell the same thing, or on the opposite, the healthcare sector? If someone reliable from the healthcare domain comes and says, look, I have a digital platform that does A, B, C, and D and responds to these needs, or someone else, an anonymous one, a very brilliant guy comes, he says, we have created this kind of layers, who is the winner? So if this is, I think, a question that we need to answer. And the second one comes with it. So if we define the ownership, who is going to sell the platform? Does it also make the difference if I come to you and try to sell you this kind of concept or technology, or if someone else comes and says the message. And the third one is how open different platforms, different projects working in the different industries are to exploit each other results. I personally believe that everyone has to learn from the others. It is sometimes very difficult to make it happen because, for instance, in my case, if I couldn't have the chance to work within the Open DEI, I wouldn't have probably had the chance to list or to contact, to reach out to other projects else than those where I'm in. But I think this is a big added value. And so for the future, I don't know if it's probably, if it could be the, a responsibility of the support center or for someone else, but this effort of putting these different perspectives together would be a huge value. And maybe, again, to look, this would avoid that maybe in 3, 4, or 5 years, we spend again millions of euros to recreate technologies, layers, or platforms that maybe are already working for, I don't know, the energy sector, and maybe 50% of that piece of technology can be reused somewhere else. And the KPIs, this is the last part of the message. I love it. I love them quite a lot. I mean, this is probably because of my Austrian-German nature. So I love numbers, I love figures. But again, there, we saw them very useful, not only for assessing, the impact and the business sustainability of the project, but consider if you take the 3 blocks that you have, right, with the value chain, the financial part, and you mentioned also you have a section on the social impact or social KPIs, exactly, right? All these KPIs can be applied also at different stages and could be very helpful at different stages of a project implementation. For instance, from the value chain, for the value proposition, if a consortium would be obliged to make a sort of first assessment of its idea at the very beginning, probably 50% of all the ideas which were submitted could be already removed from the initial list, because that's a super way to understand if what you have in mind may have or may be winning or maybe have chances in the future to go to the market. And last, the financial KPIs. It is very useful to have them and to have a financial plan. As you mentioned, and probably someone else also mentioned, this part comes also too late in the project, right? Because it comes with the business plan. But it would be great if the platforms could have the chance to work on these financial KPIs, try and see at the end of their project life cycle where they are positioned, which kind of figures they have, and based maybe on an evaluation of these KPIs, they were given an opportunity to another 12 or 24 months to evaluate if the financial figures are realistic or not. A sort of, angel or investor of an afterlife, of a second life of a platform, to measure how good or not this platform can be positioned on the market. So these were all, let's say, the positive things that we brought and that we could learn. And it has been really a pleasure and really very useful. That's why I mentioned that I was a main beneficiary, because my contribution was 5% if compared to the other things that we learned. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Andrea. To start discussion with you about 2 main topics. So Andrea just raised some interesting ideas about what could be the next steps, what could be the improvements, and then we would like also to understand what could be the potential opportunities for further exploitation of the outputs. So I would now focus first, I don't know what time is it, but how much time do we have?
We have still
okay. Oh, okay, so like for a while, I would suggest that we stop at the first question to understand that, in your opinion, what could be the potential improvements that can be made to the existing results that we showed to you, to the business assessment framework, to the KPIs? What do you think?
To me, the potential improvement is to go back to these domains. And then to find an answer, what is in it for me in this material. And from the moment I'm able to work on that and to identify them, then I start to become happy.
Okay, so meaning that we get back, as we were discussing during the break, to create a sort of customized version of these KPIs. Interesting, thank you.
So I'm not sure I understood all the work, but there was Andrea's question, what if a startup is doing something and he has a nice solution, what do we do? Okay, versus the other one. Okay, so there is a need to characterize the needs and to characterize, I'm not sure, the business value, the trust that you will, and even something like digital sovereignty, because maybe you still like this guy because actually he's from this country that I know, so it's a French guy, I know he's a good friend, and then I trust his way because I know how it's going to be done. So the governance impact of the things and all those parameters, and maybe we need a framework for that where we can list the criteria which will be an input to you, because I think I have no clue about this, and we can have an extremely good solution coming from nowhere. How do you trust? Okay, so it could be actually a cyber attack at the end of the day.
Thank you, Antonio. Thank you very much. Then perhaps we can go to the second question, which is, I hope, is a bit more interesting. It's about the potential opportunities for future exploitation. So how do you see the opportunities that are there already in terms of existing initiatives, existing projects that you know, existing working groups, that we can get these results and we can transfer the results, we can keep the momentum of what task force was doing, and we can ensure that we make it sustainable. What are your ideas? What do you think?
I am participating in some projects for where I have seen a challenge for identification, the business model and exploitation for digital platforms. And on the other side, I realize that, for example, I am participating in some clusters that we merge in order to agree on standardization activities on the projects in a collaborative way. But I don't see these clusters, or maybe I am not aware because I am not on exploitation or business model definition about these clusters for this business model definition. I think it's the exploitation task is it's how to say, ignore or yeah. So we need to change it.
But inside of this group that you are mentioning, you see the opportunity that we can connect to them and
yes, promote it and then offer.
Okay.
As a starting point, because what, for example, the experience of the standardization group is from EFRA, and it's some projects that they are treating the same, they are focused on zero defect manufacturing, and then they share the developments on standardization activities in a common way. Putting in, everyone makes their own activities, but then they put in common the advanced or activities that they can do together. So here maybe it could be an opportunity for future projects to promote this in the same way that we have the dissemination working groups in OPEN DEI, could be business model or exploitation, and then put on the table the assets developed.
That's a very good idea. Thank you very much, Silvia.
An idea from okay, so one thing we cannot do is impose a business model, because the beauty of human people is they invent new business models, okay, but it has to be within a framework, okay, and the people will be afraid to do exactly what you say. The smart guy that is intelligent, they try to have a super good idea but doesn't get through, because actually the conditions and the framework is not there, okay, and one of the way to do it is compliance and certification, okay? I've seen that for GDPR. So we have a standard 27701, and I saw all those people in the certification ecosystem getting in because they knew that the market will go after that, and yet allowing for any new guys to do it, okay? We have the same thing in automotive. You have a standard on cybersecurity engineering called 21434, and now you see all the people, so it's huge, a number of people who are working on this. And I think AI compliance, okay, all the things, if we do it properly, it can help actually data space. So, and you could have a framework where you can better characterize your business model with respect to compliance. Because when you know that you're compliant, then the venture capital to put the money. Okay. Otherwise, they don't know. They don't do it. Okay.
This is a very valid comment. Thank you very much, Antonia. In fact, this is something now is missing in this framework. So compliance that you were mentioning, I think this is something that can be also the bridge between technical and business. So when we understand that what are really the certification process, the compliance process, everything, then we can get it as input and include. Thank you very much.
So I'll take the next one. Thank you. First of all, thank you for the good question, because that's exactly the question I was hoping for. I represent a group of industrial companies on rail, and they are looking exactly for what you are suggesting. A data space to move the information transmitted on the rail industry. They don't know you. And I think this is maybe something that you should aim for, is look for areas that had high added value on their data, but they are underdeveloped. Marine transportation, rail industry, they produce increased amount of data, but they don't have basically a way to exchange it. So looking for fields with added value, very high added value, that are just not yet in the digitalization wave that you are promoting. That could be a starting point for capitalizing on what you create.
Yeah, very valid. Thank you very much.
The challenge here is actually to bring dimensions together. If I just look at what's happening in the sector, there's been tools which have been used in order to measure societal impact, cost benefit or cost efficiency and so on, which have been widely used in the healthcare sector. And you see that every time there is a new thing coming up, you have new frameworks. So when telemonitoring began to be used, a framework has been invented to measure the business impact of telemonitoring, but it was just in one silo. So it has been used for a while, still there. Now we had a new one because the priority was to see that, well, cost efficiency was the most important aspect, and that's again the tool and the framework which is being used. But what I see is that basically it doesn't impact exploitation. It just helped to build a value proposition in a way, or to say that yes, there is a potential value behind it from a societal business point of view whatsoever, but they don't tell you that the solution can actually be used and will be attractive to the users. So I think that we need to take that forward in new initiative. I'm a bit sometimes surprised to see that even the instruments used by the Commission today to support the projects, like the EU Booster, Erasmus Booster initiative, is for me completely outdated from that perspective. They are using tools and methodology, which is the one which we used to use 10 years ago or 15 years ago, but it's not taking into consideration both aspects, the value proposition and the exploitation. And first of all, what Andrea was saying, the need to discuss that at the very beginning and to have a stepwise validation approach and to develop only what needs to be developed in order to be efficient. So it's not only about after project lifetime. For me, the whole thing which needs to be developed is a business impact approach within the project lifetime.
Thanks. Look, one question. Do you think that something like we did to do a benchmark of this with companies could help the projects to somehow be able to position their products later on in the market in a better way?
Sure, and also the remark which was just done before. Clearly, compliance is critical also. When I see that in our sector, for example, we only begin to discuss MDR certification, possible certification during the last 3 months of the project, while we know that all the risk assessment needs to be done much earlier, then you definitely kill already the exploitation if you have not done the real work within the project lifetime. So clearly a benchmarking which would allow to have a go, no-go, or decision at a certain point is really a way forward. And probably that should evolve, in my opinion, the way that even the Commission, speaking only about the innovation project, should evaluate projects. in the future.
Thank you.
Before giving the mic to Mark, just another comment, more or less connecting to the comment from Antonio. I think that I do not know all the details about the framework, but usually the approach that we follow is a classical B2C. Indeed, in most of our platform, when we talk about digital platform, even more when we talk about data space, we should talk about B2B2C. So it's really important to take in consideration that who is pushing, so who is owning, so also coming back to the question from Andrea, who is owning, who is selling the platform, indeed is not who is operating the platform. So it's important to take into account, I would say, to identify the operator already at the early stage of the project in order to get him in the equation already, since the technology push and the business aspects of the platform indeed still may fail if we don't get it already on stage at the beginning.
Yeah, very interesting point. Thank you. Indeed, this was something that we were not thinking about when we were doing, so this could be obviously an improvement point. Thank you.
Still reflecting on the time issue, on the timing and the link between business models, business opportunities and the timing. In our sector, but in a number of the sectors, we work from an innovation part of things. We are piloting it, testing it, certifying it perhaps, but then it's about deploying it on a large scale. And the business model, the business conditions are very different from this small scale development, small scale operation and large scale operation. At least in the field of services and data sharing and exploiting the data because of the volume of. When it's about a product, the difference is probably much less critical because that's the same product that is being you just need, perhaps I'm not from the manufacturing sector, but you need to produce more units in order to be able to scale up. But when it's about services, then you have a completely different perspective. And I think that this question of timing and the step, we mentioned the step-by-step approach or the step-by-step development is something that is that needs to be considered.
Thanks, Mark.
We have more questions?
Maybe just one final quick question, and this is just to have some ideas from you about other existing new projects that you got involved in, like the one of Data Spaces Support Center, or another one that we are involved in, Unlock CI, because we want to understand that what are the opportunities to get in touch with these new projects in order, you know, to create this this critical mass and to be able to transfer this. Any ideas, any new projects that you have that you can name, that would be really nice.
Yeah, what I want to mention, and the reason for which I found so interesting the discussion and the presentation about the Data Spaces Support Center is that there is a new CSA that is named the Internet, that is basically exploring the interoperability in the energy domain. And we have different goals in this project. So like developing an interoperability maturity model, keeping into account which are the standard, working on a repository of the interoperability cases in different sectors, or the interoperability in the laboratories across Europe. But and for this we rely so much on the outcomes that we have got from Open DEI and also from the outcomes from the projects that were involved in the Open DEI ecosystem. But moreover, we are also involved in these clustering activities with other projects of the energy data spaces, because there is a call of projects that, I mean, there are projects that belongs to the same call, that is the one of the energy data spaces. Some of the representatives are here, also among us. I mean, we are also part of some of them. And yeah, we are so much linked to what have been done in Open DEI, what is going on in the DSSC.
To complement what Alberto was saying, we work on data spaces. I think we want to support it under the DEP program. I think that's quite not new. We launched a CSA, which is about, or has started on preparing the data space for mobility. And we launched a CSA for a data space in the agriculture sector. Also that is launched in order to see, building on what you have done as knowledge or experience, you know, on the basically design principles, and the first proof of evidence to go further, to bring the actors together. And as Alberto said, we have 5 projects under Cluster 5 under Horizon Europe, preparing the ground for the energy data space. And that is basically working with building blocks, showing the building blocks, but also showing where is investment already happening. Because, you know, industry is not waiting for us that we design building blocks. I think investment is happening today in the energy sector, in other sectors. John Deere has a clear roadmap for ramping up their data structures, infrastructures. Automotive companies are committed, and they have to invest now in data services. I think it's now another way. And we try to accompany that and building the glue between major initiatives. So I think with the 3 sectors mentioned, we have commitment. In manufacturing as well, there's a call for CSA. I don't know the status at the moment, but it's also will go.
So I just want to mention that this morning during the break, I did the picture exactly with what Alberto said. On top, you have the data space support center. Below, you have internet. But I heard this afternoon that there is the agri data space. So you must have a health data space support action. Now, manufacturing, mobility. So they have one common thing, which is a data space. So we need to detect what is the commonalities and absolutely prevent or optimize the fragmentation. Because if we're not careful, we will have energy data space that works perfectly in energy, but doesn't interoperate with the others. So it's absolutely important that we collaborate, okay? And we can collaborate through exactly those kinds of discussions because we get together, we have better business models. And we create exactly the needs. These are my questions. Why do we get together? So we have so many good use cases for that. Okay. And one last thing I want to mention is maybe you can use the digital twin approach, because in the digital twins you have already many papers where we take ecosystem vision. So you have the digital twin of the smart city. You have the digital twin of the smart grid. You have the digital twin of the meter. The digital drones. So you have already an ecosystem, an architecture orientations, and we can take advantage of that, okay? Because there will be also business models related to digital twins. And I think they go hand in hand, okay? So maybe the winner is someone that is taking into account both.
Thank you. And I think I'd also like to add to the point that has been made here of anticipating or putting the discussions around a KPI business impact and in advance, let's say. I think it could be a good idea actually very pragmatically when building and designing new projects just to remain in our environment, then considering these exploitation activities as Andrea was saying, by the way, a starting way in advance and building also working groups or some forms of cooperations already well in advance among and between the different projects. This is also something that very concretely we can do or start doing it with the next goals and the next actions. Yeah.
I think that there is more initiatives which need to be followed. Mainly, again, I will speak much more towards the agriculture. European Commission is discussing with member countries common partnership for agriculture data. Yes? So probably they will be very good to try to link these 2 efforts of the Commission together. This is one topic. Second topic is that probably many from you know that Commission start now financing these different missions, yes, and under every missions is expected that they will be built some knowledge hub connecting all data coming from different implementation of these missions. Yes, there is soil mission, climatic mission, and probably if there need to be supported some data spaces, it is necessary to include it, this part of activity. And other things is about to discuss this different standardization effort and other. There is now running also outside of European project number of the standardization under the OGC Research Data Alliance, and there is number of discussion and probably will be good to join effort with these activities.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think we are fine, right?
Yeah, we collected a very good amount of information and comments. So thank you very much.
So
everyone.
Excellent. This is Carmen Polcaro, by the way, from Innovalia, and she was supposed to be here since the beginning of this meeting, but had some personal issues, and was represented by Sergio when it came to the manufacturing sector. There was one session today devoted also to the impacts and the business perspectives that on which Carmen has been working in Open DEI. We don't have much time, so maybe just a few minutes, literally, to show your contribution, because I think it's fair that you have this, and then we will close the meeting, and then we'll close the day.
So thanks, Giorgio, and thanks to all of you to give me this late opportunity to present what we have done in Task Force 2. So I'm late from a different point of view, because I guess that some of the things that I'm going to show probably has been already mentioned, and certainly, even if this is the last presentation, it is not meant to be the last word, but still I think that many of the things that are here are complementary to what has been saying, and would have been a good point of discussion. So from Open DEI, we had an observatory on several projects in these 4 key domains that are already now familiar to you, and we have seen now the use of data have a lot of impact in improving processes and getting to new products. But also we have seen that we cannot reach the revolution that we expect from this data from the work that companies do by themselves. So the Data Act has defined the policy framework for the use of data, giving a certain instruction, so to say, for their fair use and sharing. But up on this framework, or this background based on Politec, we need soft infrastructures that have been dealt in the Task Force 1 with the building block, and also to create a business ecosystem. What we have done here, we have focused our attention of a data value chain. There are the value chain, they are created among different companies at different level, we will see later, to share data and create value on top of that. And we think that this data value chain can be the first step to build a multi-stakeholder digital business ecosystem. So, and maybe this is, in one sense, it is also one of the answer to the question posed by Golboo. To boost the exploitation potential, the project result should avoid barriers and challenges that prevent the use cases from the EAs from scaling up towards data ecosystems, increase the replicability capacity, favor long-term sustainability, and also ensure cross-sectoral continued potential for digital platforms. So in the think tank that was done with the task force, we have worked on to consolidate a position paper, Principle for Excellence in Conduct for Multilateral Cross-Sectional Data Value Chain Ecosystems, where a pool of experts coming from different domains have discussed together the guiding principle to guarantee business continuity and multilateral data value chain. based on trust and data sovereignty. So the methodology that we have followed was in 4 steps. First, we have defined several scenarios coming also from the project that were connected with Open DEI. And we have identified assisting data-driven value chain and emerging business areas in this domain. The second step has been the gap analysis, so to detect barriers and challenges that inhibit the scaling up of data ecosystems, giving special attention to a cross-domain perspective. Then from this analysis, we have defined some strategies, recommendation, and lesson learned for business ecosystem and foster cross-sectorial exploitation. And then this gathering on of best practices and methodologies, we would like to have them, to share them with the domains in order for them to benefit from them. Here, okay, we have divided the work in 3 areas. You can see here the main contributor for the first one, multilateral data value chain business continuity index, that have analyzed the data value chain coming from the scenarios. In the area 2, these scenarios has been analyzed the issues related to intellectual property and industrial agreement. And then we have a third area that is still in development. We are working on that on these days. That is to identify digital innovation hubs, services that can support this path from data value chain to the creation of data spaces, and also, of course, to share the knowledge and what we have learned. So here are some of the questions that we have worked on with our experts. And well, I will present an overview of the result, because it's really challenging, to try to resume what we have done. Here you can see 3 main typical scenarios. This is a qualitative ideas, of scenarios that are related to data value chain. You can have a simple one between 3 entities. For example, a machine supplier, a component supplier, and the factory operator, that have a simple data exchange between them to perform an operation inside. Inside a factory is the example, but it is not only for the manufacturing sector, even if the names are coming from that sector. That is one with I am most familiar with. Then we have a second scenario that is multilateral data sharing along supply chain based on the smallest typology. So here already we have data sharing among different entities that are collaborating for a certain goal. That can be, for example, when again, a manufacturing company is collaborating with systems of logistics. And then the third one, multilateral cross-domain data network, that through a data exchange framework, that can be a data space, of course, there are interchange of data between data sharing between different domains. So these are the three main scenarios where the companies can recognize themselves or ecosystems can recognize themselves. And the question here is how to go from one, what is needed, what are the services, and what is the support needed to go along this path to arrive to the third one that is related with data space. So the analysis that we have done, we have focused on industrial agreements and codes of conduct to boost SME engagement and power digital innovation in terms of fairness. Here, what we have done, it is to analyze several scenarios coming from the 4 domains. I have an example here, and there are many more in the paper. So here is a scenario coming from healthcare. Well, I don't think it's the time to go too much in detail. It's just to show you we have analyzed the elements that enhance or obsolete or retrieve or reverse these scenarios, always keeping into account the perspective of multilateral data value chain. And here some of the recommendations that come from this. Then, and with this, I conclude. Here is we are analyzing among the different services that are already available in Digital Innovation 1, which are the more mature to support this path, and what other services can be created in these scenarios, in this view. And well, there is no time for discuss, but these were one of the aspects that I would have liked to discuss with you, and also how to this model that we have seen before of the data exchange scenarios, it is a qualitative one. So it would be interesting to see also if there are option and opportunity to make it in qualitative in order to make it easier for companies to identify exactly in where they are on this. And then thanks again for this opportunity, and well, I hope that at least it raises some question or some ideas to discuss in another occasion where I promise I will arrive on time.
No, Carmen, we really appreciate, I mean, I personally really appreciate, and I think everybody here appreciates the fact that you made it, notwithstanding your issues this morning, you've made it to join us today. So thanks very much for your presentation. I can guarantee you that Sergio has replaced you very well in the morning. But no, thanks a lot for your time today here. And now I think I just wanted to say the concluding remarks, but I don't want to go through summaries or specific conclusions. I would say, obviously, big thanks to those that have organized the event. So logistically, Andreas and IDSA and Silvia. Many thanks to the European Commissions. We had Max Lemke this morning, and thank you, Svet, our project officer, for making it today with us. Thank you to all those belonging directly to the project for their direct contributions, and all the others that have taken the time to discuss and spend the day with us today. I would say that I particularly appreciated the fact that we structured the event in a way that it was not, work package 1, we have done this, work package 2, we have done that, because otherwise, I mean, that would have been mortally boring. What we have done is that we have selected some of the key activities and some of the tangible results. Again, not the typical deliverable D1, 2 and D1, 3, but some of the tangible results that have been used and are going to be used in the months and hopefully in the years to come, related to digitizing European industry, related to digital transformations, digital platforms, and data spaces. I'm also very happy to hear that part of what we've done, not everything of course, but certainly our work has been a good basis for work that has just started, or is going to start in the next few months, and that appears extremely promising and extremely important, especially by the European Commission, who is funding these activities quite lavishly. So personally, I'm happy, and so thanks very much for this. And by the way, the project is not formally over. The project is still ongoing until the end of the year. So there are quite a few activities that need to be completed. So you will hear from us in the sense that our communication channels are still open. There is material that will be published. There are events, meaning workshops and a couple of webinars that will be organized. One very soon, by the way. So we're not disappearing from one day to another. I don't know if this is good news or bad news, but we're still here. And so thanks again, and safe flight back, or don't take the day.